3 and 2 and hello everyone, hello and welcome to episode 3 of The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign, and I am so overjoyed to be here with you. If you see me looking off to the side, it's because I'm just double checking all of our audio. We did it earlier, but I like to keep abreast of such things. Hi everyone, how are you? It's Foxhole Fridays. I'm happy to be here with you all, and I'm super happy to be here with this amazing crew. They were not here last week, but they are here today, tonight. It all begins tonight. You know what? I'm not going to quote West Side Story. I'm going to just lead us in. I've got a bunch of things that I need to tell you, but I'm not going to do that until the curtains actually open. But I want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you, all of those of you who are watching us on YouTube and leaving comments and likes and subscribes and all of that business. We had a note that the last episode had the audio was a little bit discrepant, and so I'm hoping that that is fixed today or tonight. If not, let me know. And let me see. You can support us by watching. You can also support us by telling your friends about us. Sorry, I was going to just say what happened was people say things in the green room before we start. You know, I mean, they say things, and I was going to say that I was just about to read. We're going to say retweet, skeet. You know,
how much better?
You know,
I like the other version.
Yeah, that's retweet and reskeet. That's all.
Hey!
I endorse that.
And please do just be around, let people know. You can, if you like, give tips and bits, and if you do, I will read out those tips and bits messages at the end. Also, you can be one of our Patreons. That goes to help pay for the cast. I feel like it's really important to compensate these amazing players for all of the emotional damage that I put them through every session. And they need, therapy is expensive. And, I feel like that is not something that all of the characters know. So let's go around and have our folks introduce themselves before we go into a little bit about what's going to be happening tonight. But so if you could, my favorite cast members, if you could say who you are, who you're playing, and you have a week in jump space with each other. So in your free time, jump space time, what are you most looking forward to? This is like in your kind of relaxation mode, So I just want to know, like, in this very relaxing moment, what are you looking forward to? And I would like to start with the player whose character needs the least therapy, Greg.
Yeah, that's me. Hi, everybody. My name's Greg. I'm Warp Reactor over on YouTube, and I will be playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey, who is very not in the need of therapy whatsoever. He's very adjusted. In fact, he's getting into his own. He's feeling like he's in his prime right now, so that's a good thing. And what is he going to do in this week in jump space? I think just maybe some spring cleaning. Make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. Throats are cut.
Sure.
That type of thing.
Yeah.
Not much.
When people say
just fun.
Yeah. When people say you cut a fine figure, I feel like they're talking about Val, right?
Sure. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm here for it. I'm here for jump space, but everybody, I'm so happy. I'm so thankful to be, all joking aside, thankful to be back here on Troopers Channel and Academic Foxhole, because Friday nights just aren't the same when I don't get to sit down with the community that is constantly given information and fun and ribbing and all that great stuff with a cast that is absolutely fantastic. And they're eclipsed only by the GM. So let's get done with all this shit.
Well, somebody's trying to embarrass me, so I'm going to deflect. And I'm going to deflect to the next person whose character also does not need therapy. Who's the one who most next doesn't need therapy? That's tricky, because I feel like the Harlock and also Baron Severance also need quite a lot of no therapy. But let's go with the Harlock. Rocket, who are you? Who are you playing? And what is your character looking forward to in this nice, relaxing week of Jump Space?
Yeah, hello everyone. It's me, your friend Rocket Fox, your second favorite person. And yeah, I Trooper, I will say, when you first started to say that saying I'm not sure who needs more therapy, the Harlock or Rocket, but that's fine. That's good.
No, or Severance.
Okay. Yeah, I think that the thing that the Harlock is going to be looking forward to most is getting out of jump space. um, she doesn't like she does like the opportunity to work on stuff. Well, like is a strong word. I don't know if she's kind of just neutral about it, but it is an opportunity to work on things. But also, she's trapped in a confined space with a lot of mentally active people who, at least when she's able
Mm-hmm.
to leave the ship, she can get a little bit of distance from that, even though there are more people on stations, but they're
Mm-hmm.
spread out a little bit further. So, I guess in a way, she's looking to drinking a lot. So take that for what it is.
Awesome, awesome. So next character least in need of therapy obviously is our Baron Severance, who is unified and in no way fractured in body and mind, played by my dearest Cord.
None whatsoever. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord, aka Mythomatic. I will be playing Admiral Baron Severance. He is a clone that has gone rogue and an ex-drug dealer who tried to be a free trader and that failed, but somehow got on the radar of the king and has been the king of Drinax and has been recruited for this privateering mission. And he has been faking it until he making it his entire life, and he is not a noble, but he wants to be. But yep, that's him. He's like he's a fake it till you make it type character. He is a bullshitter, a diplomat kind of, and also like our the purser of the ship. But yeah, I'm excited to be here. What was the question that you wanted me to answer? You wanted us to answer something today.
What
right?
is Severance looking forward to in the week of Jump Space, which is almost always just relaxing and
nothing
chill?
at all stressful.
Yeah.
Man, a really great question. I would love to answer it. I don't know if I'll have to get back to you on that. Because I just don't know. Like, I feel like I don't know if he is like excited to be in jump space. I feel like he is. You know what he's probably doing? He is probably drafting several letters to the king. A couple episodes ago, he expressed that he wanted to be like, hey, we should turn this bitch around and head back to Drinax and inform the king of what's going on. So he's trying to still, I think, draft the right letter or the right missive to be sent. And probably still just going over paperwork. But I mean, as far as plans for the week, I think he isn't planning for anything. He's like, oh, good, I got a week off. I'm going to do this on my week off. I think there's going to be some sleeping and there's going to be some resting. It's not going to be exciting. He thinks. But I think it's just I think he just wants to sort of get over with jump space. It does get, it's nice. Jump space is cool, and having that vacation of reality is cool for a day, but after that it gets really boring. It drains on you, and then their fifth day, the fifth day gets really confusing with the third and the seventh. It doesn't. It's just sort of how much longer do we have? And it's always a week, right? It's always
well, plus or minus
two
some
hexes. Yeah, and it's still a week ish.
Yeah. Anywhere between, it doesn't matter how far you go, it's always about a weekish.
Yeah.
If it's less than that, that's probably a bad thing, actually.
Right.
You
Right.
don't want to get the alarms that you're coming out of jump space too early. If you stay in there too
Yeah.
long, you might start getting a bit nervous about what's
What you
happening.
missed. Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
hey, we missed a celestial body. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Yeah. So you sort of have to point towards the celestial body you want to be your anchor that
Yep.
is going to pull you out. And if you miss,
Yep.
you just
Yeah.
keep going until you hit one. Yeah,
Of
that's
course, the
cool and
problem is,
terrifying.
and this is why astrogation is so important, that
Yeah.
celestial bodies move. So you have to
Yeah.
calculate where you think they're going to be by the time you finish your way out.
Yeah.
And what all the other bodies in the area are, so you can miss them but get to where you want to go. And if you fail that astrogation roll, it's not great. You can get like jump space sickness or just die. It can be bad, you know.
And just die. Yeah, classic traveler. But yeah, it's you could just die. But yeah, I think like he's excited for day one of
Yeah.
he has like day one prepped, but it's the rest of that. It's like going on a writing retreat, right? And you're like, oh, I'm going to go on vacation because of my mental health, and I'm going to do some creative stuff when I'm there. And day one, you do all that, and then the rest of the time, you're like, well, I don't want to do any of it. That is, or I'm burnt out. I put all my spoons into creativity the first day. That's what I think is happening here. Is like he's excited for day one of jump space, but the rest of that time, he's probably going to be dreading it. And this is just a top-down look at the timeline. I don't know if he knows that he's going to be like, oh, geez, there we go again. But I think that's probably what normally happens. He starts to get cranky around day 3, and then irritable. And day 4, and then it's just a mess by when we get out. And that's always just how it is. And I don't know if he knows that, but that's just his pattern. So anyway, that is I think that is I think that's what he gets restless. That cabin fever starts to kick in, and then they're out.
Because I mean, it's jump space is so comforting, but it's also a pocket dimension that could collapse and you could all die at any moment, right? And you can't leave it.
Right. It's like going on an airplane, and at some point you go, was that a shudder? Or was, you know what? I've already accepted my fate. I'm in the air. What? I can't do anything else now. And it's like that like unspoken realization that go, any moment, we can just die. Oh, well, I guess they'll just, who wants a drink? But that's sort of, I think, that moment or that sort of goes through his mind the whole time.
Yeah. So I think the next least most in need of therapy would have to be Tarika, played by our amazing Ari, who I just learned recently that Tarika is a paladin. Figured it out.
Oh, totally.
It's like not built that way, and like I did not mean to, but then I realized that like after years and years and years of playing a
100%.
rogue, I designed a paladin. Anyway, yeah, that's Tarika. They are absolutely not noble, and to Annie Geek's comment in chat, they totally don't need to get past any family nobility trauma. There's nothing there, especially after last season's conversations that happened pre-show. Yeah, I'm sure they've got nothing. They would say though that they are a pilot and that they love the stars. That's where they live. Oh, right. What are they looking forward to? So I don't know that they are looking forward to any of these things, but I think they feel like there are specific things that need to get done. They need to see if Val remembers killing the pirate, because from their perspective, that was Sue, and historically, everything that has been Sue hasn't, like, Val hasn't remembered it. But Wesley was really upset, so they need to figure that part out. I think they're also really focused on like protecting him with the same sort of heart gem thing, and they're very aware of the fact that some of those side drugs are just sitting in Severance's quarters. And then the other thing that's on their radar right now is that Wesley had the same exact jewelry as oh my goodness, I'm blanking on her name. Lindy, your character's name.
Quint.
Quint, thank you. Um, so Wesley had the exact same jewelry as Quint, and and Quint like took that jewelry down to get repaired at number one, and so there's like some yellow flags about what's going on around that in Terrica's mind that they feel like they need to have a conversation with Quint about. Um, Whether we'll get to all of that, I don't know, but that's what's on their radar right now.
And by the way, if I'm a little bit weird, everybody, I did something mess up with my shoulder and it hurts to move it. So just know it. Luckily, I'm left-handed, but I
That's how
do
we did it.
sometimes need my right hand for things. So our character the most in need of therapy, who is always just running off and making a scene of blood. Lindy, tell me who you are, who you're playing, and what is your character looking forward to in this the mellow time of jump space?
Oh, hi, I'm Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy, and this is Tesla. She's a baby girl, and a cat. But yeah, hi. She just decided to make herself known at the exact moment I started talking. I'm playing Quint Vesper, former Soleimani spy, former, was member of the Soleimani Navy, former member of Cirque du Soleimani. There's a lot going on here. I played at being an Imperial Scout for a little bit, but no more. I'm just Quint Vespertine, the totally not a pirate for Drinax, because what is it? What we are? We're not corsairs. It's the fancy word.
Privateers.
We're privateers.
It's
Yep.
just that the letter of marque doesn't count because nobody recognizes Drinax as
no one's told me that, so
yeah.
it's fine.
Don't worry
It'll
about it.
all be great. I'm very excited about today. Yeah, I would agree. Quint definitely needs the most therapy out of everybody here. Val is definitely the most sane. Quint needs help. But I'm good. What is Quint looking forward to in Jump Space? Probably training and fixing up some of the aesthetic stuff. We got all this aesthetic parts, and Quint is good at sewing and the kind of crafty stuff. Quint, maybe it's the theater background, but who's good at making some aesthetics. So we got all those units. Might as well start putting them to use while we're in Jump Space. And no one can board our ship and steal our professor in Jump Space, so I don't have to watch him as solidly. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
I'm your GM, Trooper SJP, and this is the Gamblers. And we will begin. But before we begin, I just thought it would be useful to just mention a couple of things that have happened. We're in season 4, episode 3, and for no reason, I just thought I'd mention a couple of things, just put it out there, because our crew gets to hang out with each other for an entire week. And I just thought, just a couple of things. So, our crew, who have been recruited by the King of Drinax to be privateers with this scheme, and that scheme is that they should go out and pirate, privateer, they should commandeer, they should disrupt trade. They should hit the Aslan Hierate and also the Third Imperium, just enough to make piracy a problem, but not enough to get them to come in and bring in the Navy, but just enough to make piracy a problem wherein they may want someone to take care of that problem. And also recruit the former planets, the planets of the former Drinaxian Empire, so that when they are ready, they can declare themselves a new reborn Drinaxian Empire, and that they will, if recognized by the Hierate and the Imperium, take care of the piracy, right? They are now going to be the new sheriff in town, and coincidentally, they can also just stop those pirates' attacks, and everyone will be happy. And most importantly, that will bring together all of these decimated planets that are disparate, are sort of unprotected, and are not unified, to make a polity that might be able to withstand the huge pressures of the Aslan Hierate on one side and the Third Imperium on the other. So, because these are sort of forgotten planets, lost planets, and after the destruction of the old Sindalian Empire, many of them are technologically underdeveloped since they were bombed to all heck and back, and so there's a hope that something new can be born in this space. So that's the overview. But since our protagonists have been traveling, I'm just going to note a couple of things for no reason. At the moment, they're traveling from the number 1 system to the SC system. So let's see. What should I tell you? I should tell you that they have 2 awake passengers. They have Marcel Rambaud, who is a latex salesman, but he is also a very exclusive and fancy latex salesman to nobility and the rich and the wealthy. And he's on their messed up, jacked up ship because the last, on the planet Marduk, there was a huge attack and everything kind of got messed up. And this was the ship he got to leave that planet from. And he's on his way to Assis, where he will sort of get off the ship there and do his business. We also have a brand new professor who, Capbazzoni, who is not from here. He's actually from the University of Regina, which is in, I'm surprised Lynn didn't show up, but which is in the Imperium space. And he found a special message globe, of which theoretically there are 4 of them, and they were sent to the Dukes of the Old Sindalian Empire that would have, and each piece would have like a code to theoretically the location of the treasury of the Old Sindalian Empire, which since it was this massive empire that lasted so long must be worth so much money. Who knows how much money this treasure is worth? And he had one of them. They found the second one, but the goal is to get to Drinax, where the king of Drinax used to be a Duke of Sindal and should have the code to unlock these message globes so they can see what's in there. So maybe find the other globes, find out what's in there. So he's very excited about this. He's also hunted by a bunch of people because he likes to talk about his work, including that he has the key to an unimaginably expensive treasure. So pirates want him. That's a thing. So those are their 2 passengers. Gosh, the things to mention right now. On Marduk, they picked up a family, 2 women and 3 children, and they lost their ship in the attack, and so sad. They really needed help, and they didn't have money, and they would give the crew half of their grebes as just because that's all they had. What could they do? And so they gave the grebes to half of the grebes to our crew, and then they went into sleep. And as they emerged from jump space, it turns out, weirdly out of nowhere, there was an Imperial blockade, just like an Imperial check spot. That's not even what that word is.
Sure.
There's a different word.
You're right. Checkpoint.
That's it. Yeah, there's an Imperial checkpoint for no reason in non-Imperial space, where they were just looking to see if there were any couples that might resemble these 2 women stuff. And with that said, there was a bit of a panic. They realized there was something wrong with the grebes, the ones that were technically under their name. And it turns out these grebes had a bunch of drugs in them. To get the drugs, you had to kill the grebes. So our crew has a bunch of drugs. They did some work on these drugs. They have learned that these drugs are experimental. They do not exist anywhere else. Nobody exactly knows where they came from or who made them. They're made by people who were very good at what they do, but not an official company or some such. And these drugs, they do not know all of the details of what they do. Some work still needs to be done on that because they have not finished their analysis. But they have learned that these drugs do something with people psionically. They seem to enhance psionic abilities in some way. They did, however, harm our lone Zodani, who are all psionic people, just being around them. Nobody here in this crew has actually taken the drugs. They've only gotten contact highs from these drugs, and those contact highs linked all of them together psionically and also had them there was a lot going on there, and that was just from a contact high is what those drugs did. They've learned that the drugs have traces of Viridian, which is a sort of we'll call it a gemstone. They also learned that it also has traces of 2 different types of DNA in these drugs. So that's exciting. The people who were smuggling these drugs were headed to Assis, which is where they're going now. Val doesn't like when people put his friends in danger. He finds that not great, and so he pulled the two women out and had a discussion with them. It was very pleasant. One person wanted to not talk, and one person, after he tortured the first person to death, decided to be a little bit more forthcoming. And what we got was that they work for the White Rabbit, apparently, and the White Rabbit will be not happy if anybody in this crew messes with them because they are connected, right? They have connections to the White Rabbit on Assis, which I imagine that Val thought was a pretty weird thing, since as far as he knows, the White Rabbit is not on Assis, for reasons he knows that. But they certainly knew the name, and they certainly they were going to Assis with these very, very dangerous drugs. What is that about? We don't know, but maybe we'll find out. At the moment, the drugs are in... Why am I saying this out loud? Who knows? The drugs are in the Baron's quarters. He has learned that there is DNA in it, but he doesn't know what kind, because he's not a doctor. He's an admiral, not a doctor, Jim. He has yet to give this information to Val. So Val has yet to go and do any kind of analysis about what kind of DNA this is. So that is a thing that's still up in the air. Let me see what else might be up in the air, because I just want all the up in the air things to be out there. Yes, I also believe that Severance knows that there is a pod of clones, empty clone shells of Terrica, that is in control of the evil ancient alien warlord, perhaps, that is running around doing bad things and likes to body jump into different bodies. He has not told them that yet, but that's a thing that has not been shared. I don't know if he's going to. Maybe he doesn't want to upset them about whatever creepy genetic engineering things are going on with them. Who knows? That's really one way or the other. We don't know.
And let's just say, for those who wanted to know a little bit more detail, of course, I'm thinking about the viewers and not me here.
Oh yeah.
How would you say that Baron found this out? Was it one of the
through,
visions, right, that he had?
Yeah, through visions. Yeah, he was able to connect to the Prime's memories. He actually was able to tap into, because he realizes he actually still has. He's in. Yeah, he has the body of the old, because he jumped into the. He did it universe.
You're welcome for that.
Yeah, so he has sometimes access to the memories of this ancient warlord whose body he's inhabiting. And he had that vision, and he's not shared that yet, but that is a thing. Going to throw that one out there. I'm also going to throw out there that, so there's an Aslan woman who is clearly important to Val, and it has been announced on the news that she has been captured, and she's being held on a planet right inside Imperial space, right inside, and will be assassinated at any time on this small planet right inside Imperial space, but right close to the reaches, because she is complicit with the terrorist organization Free Fields, which is some sort of agricultural-based terrorist organization, and she's somehow very important in it, and they just noted in the news what planet she's on, in case anybody wanted to go and rescue her in their trap. And so, she's there, not executed yet, but waiting to be executed on, I don't know, stuff. Let me see, what else is very exciting that you should probably know about while we're hanging out. They've got a bunch of stuff to repair. They have got a young lad.
You can't repair anything in jump space, though, right? Unless it's in the ship,
yes.
Right.
Yeah, you can repair internal stuff, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
I was going to say, whoa, what? I mean, you could, right? It's a bubble. And if you escape the bubble, which you could, it's really dangerous.
It's just dangerous, yeah.
Okay, cool.
They have got a young lad named Wesley, who's a member of their crew now, who was on a ship that they pirated and was on his way to Assis. It turns out he wanted to go to Assis because he wanted gender confirmation surgery. And he was told that Assis is the place to go, and that there is a clinic there that will take care of everything, even though he doesn't have a lot of money, and everything will be fine. There is some indication that perhaps that clinic might be not on the up and up, and it might not be great what's going on over there, or might be a trafficking scheme, right? Could be. We don't know. We'll find out, I guess. He also got to see Val murder someone. It kind of upset him a little bit. There's some there's some concerns about Val's not AI program, Sue, digital helper, that program might be gaining sentience in some kind of a way. Val would like to get a robot brain for Sue on Estes, which will be the first planet they've come to, which has some good technology, so that Sue can have a bit more processing power, because Sue has more capabilities than before. It just needs a bit more processing power. That's fine. There's also some concern about the stone Viridian. Viridian being a gemstone, which is much like emeralds, that many people think are emeralds, are the same as emeralds, but they're not. And through some of their work and some of the things that have happened, they've come. So first off, it's very rare. Very few places have it. There are not many veins of Viridian anywhere in charted space. Turns out Drinax has Viridian. And what they have learned through their strange journeys is they have come to sense that this is not actually a gemstone, it's a living being. That the planet, or not really the planet, but like the gemstone is a living being that lives inside of a planet, and it is sentient, it is aware of things, it has memories, it has feelings, it has thoughts. It is not a being much like we understand it, but also the pieces of it, all the little bits of Viridian that you have, are all connected to the core being, and its consciousness still exists in small, weaker bits when somebody carves off pieces of it and makes it into a piece of jewelry, for example. So they know that there is this being that is the heart of Drinax that is suffering. They also have bits of Viridian from other planets. They have some from Marduk, probably. They've got like little bits of. Oh yeah, no, actually, I think they've got one. The Harlock has some from her space. They've got some Drinaxian Viridian, and now they also have some Terran Viridian. So there's 3 different bits of Viridian on this ship, which implies pieces of 3 different beings on this ship, all of which are fighting over the soul of that digital assistant, I guess. So that's happening, and a lot of people are very concerned about each other. So you have drugs, you have a criminal organization doing sketchy things, you have a terrorist organization maybe doing sketchy things, you have possible trafficking, you have living planets, you have conflicts about what Sue is going to be when they grow up. And you've got a bunch of people who have psionic powers who are in weird ways linked to each other through these drugs. And I think in this moment, our protagonists have entered jump space, and they are now in the silent, sort of iridescent, opalescent white bubble of jump space. All of them. And this jump space will take them a week. And if there's one thing I can tell you about this crew, is they always tell each other things and communicate openly. Always. Always. Yep. The rest of their crew involves Evan, who is a Varger, who is their steward, and also you have Kareen, who is from Marduk, and can stab someone. That is what they're doing. And we will open up our curtains. On the first dinner in jump space. The first dinner in jump space is always a very important dinner because that is the dinner where our passengers have been unlocked from their rooms, and it's like if you go on a cruise, right? You have the captain's dinner. This is that dinner, and everyone's expected to be there.
You're all
Especially,
lucky
well,
to be that I'm here. You are all
yes,
privileged that I am here, and you are very privileged to be basking in the shadow, which is my glory.
yes. Now, if you did not have passengers, then maybe you wouldn't have a group dinner together. But when you do have passengers, you sort of have to have it because they expect it. And so I will just say to kick us off, if you don't mind. Um,
Muted if you were saying anything at all.
The sound effect was fantastic.
This is Evan, your steward. You are all requested, our honored guests, requested to the captain's dinner in our galley. We have the best food replicated and also by hand made for you by me. And of course, there will be, as promised, entertainment later this week in the form of we have with us a performer from the famed Cirque du Solomani who will be doing some silk work for you this week. Please make your way to our galley. This is your steward, out.
Evan,
yes.
this is, go ahead and could you redo that, but could you say the, Admiral's dinner, please?
Oh, yeah, yes. One moment.
Also, the volume on the intercom was low, so, it's much better now. Yeah. All right, wonderful. All right, Admiral's dinner. Thank you very much.
If you'll excuse me for one moment, I have to make a slight correction. It is not the captain's dinner, it is the Admiral's dinner that we will be having today. So, please, make your way to the Admiral's dinner. Thank you. This is your steward out.
Thank you, Evan.
I think Severance is actually going to be in the mess hall with an apron, trying to actually, and like maybe he says thank you, and then like the camera cuts over to like him with like oven mitts, flour all over him, and as he like puts down the microphone. And it's a mess in there. He has no idea what he's doing, but he is trying his best to make this meal. It is not good. It is a mess. He tried to bake something, but I think it is burnt. The pans have all been used. Every one of them has been used, probably wrong. He did that thing where he like put hot water on the hot pan or cold water on the hot pan, using water like precious water in jump space to cool a pan. Anyway, he warped the pans, and just like he doesn't know what he's doing. But there is a meal made. It isn't great. It's like burnt biscuits. There is probably protein that has been heated up, but also mashed into this, like what would replicate gravy of some sort. And also, I think there is like chunky mashed potatoes, but it shouldn't be chunky because it comes in a package. So he added obviously something to the paste, and it's hard to say what it is. But he has, and when people show up, there are places for everybody, and he seems to be in a pretty interestingly positive mood, as I don't know who is to show up, but when they do, He's probably putting the oven mitts down. He's bringing over a chiller, which happens to just be a wastebasket full of chipped ice. Because ice doesn't necessarily need to come in cubes here, because it's very easy to get ice by the chunk out in space. He's got like probably a wastebasket with a bottle of something in it, probably from number one, with chunks of different ice just around it, and that's sort of in the middle of this. You know what? Let's make it dry ice because it's the 80s, right? We're doing 80s sci-fi, right? So this is like production quality with irises. All right, sweet. So it's dry ice. It's filled with dry ice. We've got iris doors, and we've got this gaudy ass spaceship. So he's got this wastebasket with dry ice just sort of bubbling over, and there is a like this copper-looking bottle with a coil of foil that goes a foil coil. Obviously, everyone knows what that is. A foil coil that goes sort of up and around where the cork would be, but that's just sort of resting in this dry ice. The dry ice plumes bubbling onto the table as whoever shows up. It is quite impressive. Besides the food, if it wasn't the wastebasket of dry ice being impressive, it's the fact that Baron Severance spent literally any time in the kitchen before this meal. So I don't know if anybody tried to show up. Probably Evan. Probably, I don't know. This is just me thinking. Evan would have probably tried to prepare or help, but he was dismissed from the kitchen probably early on. So if anybody was talking with Evan beforehand, you're probably like, "Why aren't you? Shouldn't you be getting ready for the meal?" And he's like, "No, everybody's got it." But that's where Severance is. It is. He doesn't have his robe on. He just has his his shirt. His sleeves are rolled up, flour all over him, like he knows what he's doing. I think it's almost like he put flour on him for the look. Like he looks like he was working, but he probably didn't need to. Everything was already. Yeah, exactly. Just make it look like I'm doing something. But yeah, it looks like he's been slaving over the stove, but he doesn't know what he's doing. It also smells. It smells like like someone's burning something, and there's like it's been an hour since you've burned something in the kitchen, so there's like the smoke is gone, but it's still lingering, and you're like, this is unsafe. What have you done? That's sort of that feeling. Like you could if you look closely at the walls are sweating with tar because that's how much smoke was in there. Anyway, it's just a mess. It's an absolute mess.
I feel like the Harlock would have been at the table, not in the kitchen, but at the table, just drinking this whole time, feet up on the table.
May I ask a question?
Watching come in, go out.
May I ask a Harlock question? That I'd like to ask this question, and I think I have to ask it of the Harlock and not Severance. Has Severance ever done this before, like in a small cabin somewhere hidden from the kind of people who might want to find somebody who's in the body of an ancient warlord?
I love this.
I mean, has he ever had like a cooking spree before?
He used to be a surprisingly good cook. I don't know what all this is supposed to be.
Interesting.
I love
he used to do it all the time.
Interesting.
I love that so much.
It's weird, huh?
It's like fucking sucks right now. But he wants to be good. What is this? None of this stuff.
I think every time something comes out, and I imagine at some point he just like knocks her feet off the table.
Move these things. What are you doing?
But like, I feel like every time something comes out, she
captain's dinner. Move your feet.
Is more like morose about it.
For the audience who does not know, they had like a year together when he had amnesia. Kind of also he had amnesia because she kept erasing his memories, but don't worry about that.
Sometimes you do what you have to do. I don't know.
Nobody on this ship needs therapy.
Nobody on this ship needs therapy.
Right? Falling in love, but you can't know that. So you're gonna keep erasing your like.
It's probably fine. There's probably no bad effects from that.
No way.
No. But it might be that the Zodani consulate
bad
might
effects
be really...
of that. Were you drinking this whole time during this cooking? Yeah, no bad effects at all.
Yeah, the Zodani Consulate has been looking for the person that he's a clone of and might be super interested in finding him. And I'll just note that when they asked for a blood sample from our Severance, a fake blood sample was given instead that was not...
Hey, from the Baron, a blood sample was sent. That's what they asked for.
That's true.
It's true.
That being said, though, I think the real pickle is that someone somewhere has started unlocking certain memories that maybe they shouldn't normally have access to. Well, but also this hasn't really happened before.
That's correct.
Which is all the more reason why she's getting a little stressed out.
Mm-hmm.
Because now he's once again going to be really of interest.
I just am curious, is it weird for you to see him cooking in the way that he used to do when you wiped all that memory from him? Is it stressing you out?
It's a little different.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question, and which is great because it's my character we're talking about. Harlock, excuse me. When Severance did this, what were the circumstances? Like when he would, when he would express cooking or cook for the household or whatever it was, right? Like what usually stirred that moment?
Usually, and weirdly enough, because I don't think anyone
inspired him to do it,
it was normally times when the Harlock seemed really on edge or stressed out. So almost more of a nurturing kind of act.
Cool.
Yeah, because she would go out during the days at certain points and make sure he stayed back. And what she was doing was going out to get information and try and find out how close people were circling in and how soon they would be found and things like that.
Yeah.
And trying to figure out what you'd need to do.
Okay, thank you.
Who's next to the table? I will just note for the record, Kareen comes in real early and just sits with her knife, doesn't say anything to anybody, but is waiting for food. That is Kareen. Kareen is just there and waiting for food.
Okay.
Terrica is going to be late because once everyone is in the dining room, if this is all right with you, Cord, you're more than welcome to nix it. But they would go into Severance's room and take some of those drugs and tuck them into their pocket before going to dinner. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, awesome. That's what they're gonna do. So they'll be late,
Usually
and when they
my
walk
room's
in,
locked.
Oh, ooh.
But
would it be unlocked because Wesley was in it?
You can do that. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Because Wesley was sleeping.
Yeah, it wasn't usually it's locked. Haha, get fucked. No, it was usually it's locked. What was the variable that left it unlocked? Was it me being excited? Was it Wesley? Did you pick the lock? Anyway, yeah, that was just my question. Okay, cool.
Terrica could also pick the lock. I'm not super great at
really?
it.
The paladin?
That seems...
the pilot paladin?
Odd.
I think that was Ari's call back to a rogue there. But I thought Terrica did have a lock picking.
Also, what does picking an iris door lock look like? Every iris leaf you have to.
I'm shocked that Terrica has those skills. Shocked.
I'm double checking it now. I mean, I have Streetwise. Isn't that
it's really up to you? I mean,
skill?
it could be because Wesley could have just been like, oh, I left it open. Oops, sorry. Or I was excited and was just like, I have to go. Oh crap! It's the Admiral dinner. Shit! I've got to go cook, and probably just left it open. But anyway, yes, you can do that. I just want to know what the variable was in this circumstance that would let you in.
I just need to ask a follow-up question. Did he just leave the drugs out on his work table? Because I know he's been working on it. Where are they in the room?
It's a great, oh boy, I actually had to have put them away because Wesley's in there.
Oh, nice.
They're not out on the table, but it's up to Terrica where Terrica finds them. It's up to Ari where Terrica finds them.
I'm going to need a roll from Terrica then.
And I just want to confirm that Wesley isn't in the room, though, right?
No, because he would have come out for dinner.
Or he would have come out for dinner. Okay.
And you might have even gotten him and said, hey, go to dinner. because he
leave
was
that door open
probably
for a sec. Yeah,
well, he was
sure.
probably
I'll be
lingering a
right.
little
I'll
bit.
be right.
I'd
Oh
love
yeah,
to leave
I'll
this
be
door
right
open for
there.
you.
I'll be right there.
Yeah, you got it, Erica.
You know, 'cause-
Okay, here we go. We're gonna pick that lock.
oh
Hopefully.
yeah, we are.
You are
And it's
gonna
a
pick
bit.
the lock.
Since you're
Sweet.
using streetwise rather than computers or mechanics, that kind of thing, this is a bit of social engineering, and this is about getting Wesley to open the door, right, and get you in, and then the streetwise is there to sort of
Mm.
figure out where would somebody who's a little bit shady, let's say,
Thank you. Very kind.
hide drugs. You know, like if you were gonna hide drugs and you're maybe a little bit shady, where might you hide them? You know.
Move from
Yeah,
that.
since you're doing this as streetwise, this is about sort of knowing Severance, right?
Oh,
And
Chuck the
knowing,
punch of Viridian, I can't stop cooking.
yeah. So where would Severance have hidden them?
So I imagine there's all of the chemistry stuff that is out on his table. And I imagine that Severance being Severance, he would have tucked it further away from that, like on the opposite side of the room. I don't think it's something as cliche as like tucked under the bed. It's nothing like that.
Because that's where Wesley
I
was.
think
Because that's where Wesley sleeps. Yeah.
well, I mean under the
Well, he's
mattress, like
down here.
between the
Don't worry about
mattress
those,
and the it's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
close your nose.
I think I think it would have been far more subtle than that. You've got the glasses that are always on top of your head.
Hmm.
Don't you also have a rapier that you don't always carry?
Yes.
One of the ones we picked up in the
that would be probably around. I don't keep it on me unless I'm feeling threatened, which is usually like, oh crap, someone's coming on the ship, and then I'll put it on, or I go, oh, we're leaving, and I'll probably put it on. So it probably is resting in the room somewhere.
And I wonder if if Severance would have hollowed out the handle and used the gem to
Love it.
screw it on, because it's not a lot of drugs, right?
Love it.
Oh no, it's a lot of drugs. But I don't think he had all of them.
Used for
Yeah.
he only has a portion of them. Val hid the rest of them somewhere else.
It's totally
So I think he would have screwed them into that, because it's a dangerous thing inside a dangerous thing. That's what I think he would have done. And I think that's where, after Terrica's like, Wesley, it's time for dinner. And he goes off, and they act like they're going to head to the bridge real fast to check something. And then they flip back and catch the door with their toe, and then slide in, pull the drugs, tuck them into their pocket. And then they make sure to loop around the top so that they're coming not from Severance's direction, but as if they just chosen a different direction coming out of the bridge.
Who else is next? So we've got at this table right now, we have Kareen and also the Harlock, who like to get their food in. Who else comes next? I imagine Wesley has been shooed, and so Wesley sort of comes in sheepily, sort of looking to see who's there, and sort of noticing who's there and who's not there, strategically picks a seat that is between the Harlock and Kareen, with no other seats next to him. So just right in between the two of them. Just right there.
I would like to take this opportunity to point out how much he does not like the Zodani, but let us continue.
Well, he doesn't know that the Harlock's Zodani.
That's fine. I'm just pointing out the irony ?
I know. Oh. Yeah, but that's because the Zodani, he's seen it in the movies, right? That they're super dangerous. They have mind control powers.
Propaganda! Crash is all propaganda.
Who's next?
Quint would probably come in thinking they're a couple minutes late. Probably a minute or two past on time. With smelling a very much a little bit of cleaning chemicals. But the good news is, engineering's spotless.
And the Grebes are well fed.
And the creeps are well fed.
Yes, good. That's what we care about the most.
And when you come in, Kareen pushes Wesley out of the way so you can sit where he was. So you can sit by her. Then Wesley has to like move, sit on the other side. So there's now an empty spot next to him, and he's got Quint on one side of him and an empty spot on the other.
Oh, buddy.
What is the shower situation like on the Gambler?
You have showers in your quarters. Like you have like a nice little shower in your quarters. Because these are really nice quarters. They are run down, but these are very nice quarters. And there is one other shower down by the low berth so that people could take a shower there. I think there's probably two, actually. So you have a pretty good number of low berth spots, but there are only 2 showers for those folks because they're low berth.
Well, that's probably what Val's doing right now. Val would probably be sitting in his room finishing up work with like just a towel, having already showered, but doing the patented air dry as he's kind of lost track of time a little bit. But he'd be, shrugging into a shirt right now as events are taking place outside, and probably roll out right around the time. I'm not going to intercept Terica or intercept them from doing whatever they're doing, but I'll leave that up to you, Terica, as he would roll out right around that time.
But I would say before you leave, I think Sue is there while you're getting ready, and is just he's like, well, you look very good. Oh, well, your collar's not right. And of course, he's holographic at this moment, so he can't actually, at this moment, as a holographic sort of figure, physically interact with you at this moment because he's currently holographic, Terica. But he just sort of points out, oh, your collar's just a little bit off right there.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, you're looking mighty fine. You'll be excellent today.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Always some positive input to get me headed in the right direction.
I do try. Remember to hydrate.
Oh, sure.
And I'm always just a call away.
I know you are. So I'm good. I'm set.
Yes, you are.
All right.
And then he just dematerializes.
I think that one delay is like the moment where Terica had just left Severance's room. So when Val comes out of his room, they're just tucking into the bridge. So, but I suspect he would probably pick up on them being like having a little bit of nervous energy when they get to dinner and sit down.
Then I'll give you this one for free. Since that's where you placed yourself, you would see that Val locks his door.
Oh. Okay.
Is that uncommon?
Yes. And he would scan the area, see where everybody's sitting, see and smell the state of everything, and just go and...
The plates are not even matching. Some meals are just served in pie tins, and like glass, loaf, those glass ramekins for like bread and stuff. Someone's got probably one of those, like a meatloaf dish. But it's just it's a mishmash of things. And also there's warped pans and pots in the sink. The sink's tiny. It's not a kitchen. So it's just stacked, and it's the water I think is on. It could be sputtering at this point. Like it's run out of reserves.
Val from right where Val's from, and eating out of a pie tin for a plate, he would not think anything of it. He would reach down and probably pick up what would look like a soup can, but it's probably some type of like meal package thing. And he would look over at Severance and reach for I'm assuming that was the cooling wine with the foil coil around it. And
you look, he's like tucking a packet or like a ripped package of like protein sauce just under something. Yes, what?
Admiral, may I pour?
Yes, please. Oh, of course. Yes, pour it. Yes, of course.
Yes. So he would pour it, set it down in the place right beside Wesley, and walk around with the bottle to, offer anybody else what they might want. As he pours it into what I'm assuming is like a McDonald's Happy Meal cup, you know,
Exactly.
yeah.
And that's,
you know,
that's our
teacup,
jelly.
all
Yep.
kinds of.
That's our jelly jar. Yep, that's what that is. Yep, you've noticed it. You recognize that very well.
Yes. Oh, this is vintage Mason. Nice.
Of course, yes. Back from Terra.
Sweet shit.
It's Terran
I
jar.
heard that anything over 50 years is an antique.
That's right. Right. You fit right in there.
Evan has been like hovering and finally sits down, just like.
Everyone
Just
here,
take my little teacup of wine, have a sip, and go for whatever platter has the most mashed protein on it, and just hefty portions of the mashed protein.
Marcel Rambeau comes out of his room.
Oh, right, you exist. Hello, yes, sorry, I didn't make you a plate. Give me 1 second, as I then try to. There you go. Yes, and I sort of
and he's dressed
one together.
In like really beautiful sort of royal blue latex, and as is currently fashioned with a nice chest window, pec window, and
Chwindo, if you will.
Yeah, right there. Also assless, and it is like a very, very.
All the nobles are doing it.
They are. And it's like
assless
really,
or the Chwindo?
Both.
Or the double?
Both.
Oh.
It's important to get all of it out.
Ventilation from both ends.
Yeah, and it's got like big, like sort of like
ventilation
bell
of the
sleeves.
Heart. Ventilation from the fart.
Yes. Big, nice bell sleeves, and he's got like a really small little fascinator made out of, out of latex on his head, and he sits down, and he's got like a little pussy bow, just like there.
I have to Google that. Excuse me.
They were very big in the 80s women's power suits.
There I go.
Yeah, don't Google that. That's not for it.
All right, everybody. It is fashion, and
it is fashion.
It's just fashion.
And he sits happily, and then the professor comes out. The professor is wearing his full academic regalia. He's wearing his like academic robes with his academic hat, and he's got like a little tie.
He's like expecting a completely different dinner.
Yes, yes, he was. Marcel knows he's not worried. Marcel is like just finds the whole thing charming. And the professor comes out, and he comes out with a book, and he's sort of looking to see what's happening, and he's a bit shocked by what he gets. And he sits down.
Yeah, problem, Professor?
No. I didn't expect. And he just like pokes at.
It's the Admiral dinner, and I'm the Admiral, and I'm here and I'm serving you your dinner. See?
Is this mashed potatoes?
Sure.
Or something.
Are they normally that color?
I think
no.
Garlic would lean over to Karina and just kind of under her breath, I'd forgotten we brought a wizard on board for this trip.
And Karine just pulls out her bottle of Tablasto, just puts it on the food, just starts eating.
You can put a dash of that on.
Now we're all accounted for. Everyone's here. Wesley made it. Everyone's here.
Yeah. Terica arrived shortly after Val. Yeah. Or actually, they would have probably waited even a little bit more. So they would have arrived right after the professor and taken whatever seat was left.
Marcel says, and Marcel was about to speak and then realizes, Admiral's dinner, you have to wait for the Admiral to make their speech. And so he he waits, and Evan like elbows Karine, who's just eating, to like get her to stop eating because it's Admiral time. And Karine puts her knife down and waits, but like make sure no one can take her food.
All right, well, I hope you're all please eat up. I just wanted to say a couple of words. I'm very excited about our endeavors so far and I wrote something. So he looks down at his tablet. I can't even read through these things. Dear crewmates, no, that's all of you. As we are gathered here tonight, I'm filled with an overwhelming sense of pride and gratitude for each and every one of you. Our recent endeavors on number 1 and our encounter with the stalker have reminded me. Sorry, got some flour in my mouth. Have reminded me of the incredible strength and skill we all have, the resilience that defines each and every one of you. First and foremost, I want to commend myself for my pivotal role in negotiating the trade agreement on number 1. My diplomatic finesse, strategic thinking, and unwavering determination has paved the way for a brighter future for Drinax and the inhabitants of number 1.
Here, here.
Together, and just myself, thank you, yes. We have forged bonds of friendship and cooperation that will endure for generations to come. And let us not forget our recent victory over the Stalker. In fact, in the face of adversity, you've all displayed courage, cunning, and unparalleled teamwork. We've outmaneuvered our adversaries, turning the tables on those who sought to challenge us. This triumph was a testament to our unity and the resolve that we all have in the face of adversity. I wrote this. That's how embarrassing it is. That he scratches and types face of trouble. Face of trouble. But our journey does not end here, everyone. As we look into the future, I am filled with optimism, excitement for the adventures that lie ahead. Together, we will continue to chart a course toward greatness, fueled by our shared vision, camaraderie, and unyielding. Quint, is everything all right?
Just hit something in my eye.
Yes, all right. I wasn't sure if you were
Very
crying or
emotional
what.
speech.
Yes, yes, of course. I continue. Wonderful. An unyielding spirit. So let us raise our glass. Everybody grab your glasses. Everyone get your glasses. Raise it if you can. Yes. Good. Let us raise our glasses in celebration for our successes and the anticipation of countless victories that await us on the horizon. To the crew of gamblers, may we continue to sail the stars, bound by friendship, courage, and the unwavering pursuit of our dreams. And, of course, the King of Drinax and all the royalty held within. Cheers to us and the boundless possibilities that lie ahead. Cheers, everyone. It's an honor to work with you. And he sort of cheers each and every one. And I think he mistakenly passes over Wesley. And then
if that happens, then Val would clink his glass with Wesley.
Terica would also clink their glass with Wesley too.
Cheers, everyone.
Assuming I'm not like on the opposite end of the table.
And the professor goes, "Oh, so I'm so sorry. What is this about this stalker? What was that?"
What? Oh,
That's a need-to-know basis. You don't really need to know.
And Marcel goes,
know her. Am I right, guys?
And Marcel goes, "We were attacked by pirates. That is what that was."
I was trying to.
And the professor goes, "We were attacked by pirates? When?"
They tried to take you.
All right.
But they didn't because we stopped them.
When was there a pirate attack?
Exactly. We are very vigilant. You see, I wasn't going to tell the crew, but now here we are. All right. But we were very vigilant, and we were able to. Drinax was able to overcome the raid that could have been.
There was a raid. And Marcel's like, when we were flying out, there was a big battle. Did you not hear it? There was like a big assault. We were in our rooms. Professor's like, "Oh no, I don't really pay attention to that sort of thing at all. I was probably in my room I was just reading my books, and I was listening to my books. I was right. There was an attack." He seemed not to have been aware that there was an entire alert thing going on for
he
some
had
time.
his stuff half packed up. What is this memory loss issue?
And he was in the process of being taken away. A, I love that he doesn't remember, but B, that's some PTSD.
I'm also very concerned.
Yeah.
They didn't
Is
have
it
him though, did
PTSD
they?
or
they
does he
did.
just
Yeah,
have
they did.
memory issues?
You know, it's-
Oh
Yeah, they
no!
did.
What if he knows where
Oh.
the other orbs are, but he doesn't remember?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Oh hey, we know
Uh-huh.
I
someone who
trust
can
it.
get into memories.
I
Neat.
trust it.
I love.
Ooh. And he seems to be a little disconcerted by something he doesn't know what they're talking about.
Can I
And,
check him real quick? Would he allow
Sure.
me to like examine him with my
Sure.
tricorder equivalent?
Well, while he's examining, I think the Harlock would kind of lean forward because they weren't on the ship, but I'm assuming Quinn and the Harlock would have known that he was being prepped to be taken away or something.
Yeah.
Professor, I have a question.
Ooh, yeah.
Val, eat up. Val, eat your food.
What exactly is the last thing you remember?
Oh, well, you just said, well, this man in the latex, so very, very fashionable, by the way. Everybody in the Imperium is doing that.
Professor,
This-
how did you meet us?
Oh, I met you on number 1 in that sort of quaint prisoner cell block, a dome.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
I'm just a curious individual.
Oh, by the way, was this pirate attack before or after I was going to be transferred to a different passenger ship?
Oh.
What was the question? I was too busy
Before
enjoying my meal.
it was
It was
resolved
before.
before
Oh.
then. Yes, and but we decided to retain you as a passenger here.
Oh,
So
all right. Val, he seems to be basically in good health. It looks to you as if he is suffering some slight head trauma that is not recent, but like within the last week or so. There was a kidnapping attempt on his life just a couple of days ago. There was. So it looks like he's still.
did he
he's
think
still
he
su-
was swapping ships?
He did.
Apparently.
That's what you all told
Then
him.
too?
Yeah, yeah.
The
He-
pirates
that's
weren't
what-
so nice though. They were like, "Yeah, you're coming with us, or we'll shoot you." Like, that's
Yeah,
kind
he
of
thought it was
piratey.
weird.
I don't know. Maybe that's
thought it
just
was weird.
piratey vibes.
Upsy daisy, let's go. Come on, grab your things.
Ooh.
They were somewhat polite about it, but I mean, there was some, and he was like, he doesn't seem to, he still has some lingering head trauma probably from the kidnapping attempt. He also seems to be, very sheltered, I think is the
How's
best way to put that.
At this point,
That's fair.
how is he alive?
Luck.
How did he
Sheer
make it?
dumb luck. Yeah.
Well, he mostly didn't do field work. He stayed in his office.
That'll do it.
It's a lot harder to get kidnapped when the walls are the only ones that hear you talking about very valuable things.
Uh-huh.
About, yeah, grain.
Hey, all walls
Great.
have ears.
These walls could kidnap him, am I right?
Yeah. You also sort of get the sense, Val, that he's somewhat obsessively focused on things. Like you notice that when he tunes out other things when he's focusing on something, right? It's like
He's the typical absent-minded professor. Like he
Yes, he
zones
is.
in on one
ADD.
thing, forgets everything else. Right.
Yeah.
It's
Misremembers.
ADHD, is what you're
Gotcha.
saying.
yeah. You probably wouldn't want him to be walking down like a factory floor while reading a book because he would just like walk into a manhole cover. It's like a full-on sort of Mr. Magoo situation. There is what you're gonna get.
Well, when he's done, he would just, lightly clap him on the shoulder and give him a wink and just say, "Oh, you're right as the rain."
Oh, thank you. Yes. By the way, if this is this Drinaxian cuisine? He says as he picks up super lumpy mashed potatoes.
No.
Straight from the planet's surface, yes.
Oh well, it's very delicious.
Very kind.
Mm,
Erica, something wrong with the potatoes?
well, they're a different color than I am used to.
Okay, and what color
So-
are you used to?
White.
You.
All right then. That tracks. Terica will take a spoonful of them and put it into their mouth and then pull the spoon out with it still on there and put it back in, and they're not going to eat anymore.
Yes.
And Kareen just says,
Sorry, Cord.
I am making a toast.
Hmm?
The most important thing is to survive. If something stands in your way, you must stab it. If someone puts their hand on your ass, you must stab them. And I am pleased to be with a crew who understands that when it is time to stab people, you must stab them. And that you are efficient in doing so, most of you, not all of you. And she looks at Wesley. And then she...
Whose hand is all bandaged up. Yeah.
She drinks.
That's the toast. That's the toast. That's the toast, everyone.
Finishing his drink, Val would kind of lean into Wesley because they're right beside each other. Lean in and just say, "You did great. Just don't worry about that."
Oh, okay. What was the last thing you said to me yesterday?
I can't remember. Greg can't remember.
To make it up.
Good night.
Okay. That's right.
I got it right. Okay, good. What was the last thing you said to me last night? And Val narrows his eyes.
Are
you who you say you are? And
yes.
Val leans in very closely.
Yes. I am. I said,
Who's the greatest adventurer in the entire universe?
Crash Jones.
You're you.
Okay. And he just starts eating food, certain now that we don't have the imposter Val at the dinner table. That was weird, but he seems
correct.
he seems
Yes, it
feeling
was.
better now. And
Val will
I
clean
get
his
seconds
plate.
of protein mush with a little bit of Tablasto, because that makes anything edible.
Or just
Wesley
burns the
raises his
taste
hand.
buds.
Not going to get that.
Can I make a toast?
Wesley. Yes,
Thank you,
oh, yes,
Admiral.
of course. But
I want to make a toast. Everybody
Okay.
here is not you two, but because I don't know you very well, and that's no offense, but you're passengers and not crew, so this is a crew toast. I want to say thank you for
Get fucked.
and the professor's a little bit confused by that. I was like, sorry. And Marcel just thinks it's amusing and sort of makes notes on his little notepad.
Oh, you see that, Wesley? You're not getting spandex. Now you've done it.
I just
No leggings for you.
I just wanted to say that this is my first job not on my farm, and I want to say I want to appreciate that you all have accepted me into the crew, and that you...
Here.
Here. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, Wesley. Very good. Great job.
Just your family, and I would just I would want to make sure you're okay, all of you.
Very nice, Wesley. Anybody else? Toast? Have anything to say?
Terica slides down in their chair.
Terica, you have something you want to share?
Nope.
And Wesley looks at you with big puppy dog eyes.
I don't. What would I don't.
You've normally, I believe you were saying you were waiting for just such an occasion to make a toast about the ship.
Oh.
And how amazing.
Well, we could toast the gambler. Well, so to the ship who has seen more days.
Hold on. I've got to reset my glass here.
Uh,
So many toasts. Yes. I'm ready.
Is there alcohol in this?
do you want alcohol in that?
Not in yours. Everyone else, though, has it.
Okay.
Another bottle.
I'm ready.
Did you want alcohol in yours?
No.
That's what I'm
Yes?
All right.
Could I have alcohol in this?
No.
Yes,
Want mine?
a little.
I'm
Val
21.
trades glasses with Wesley.
Oh.
And I trade glasses with Val.
Erica doesn't trade glasses with anybody.
Same.
They simply just say to the gambler.
The gambler.
To the gambler. See, I knew that was going to happen. Anyway,
You'll get used to it.
on him.
Take another drink, quick. Cannonball it.
Let's not.
Cannonball.
You.
Whoa!
Hugs and lean over.
Stop!
Over to Val.
Wesley.
When he's throwing up everywhere, you're going to be in charge of this.
Oh. That burns.
Tirika will trade glasses with
Smooth,
Wesley.
right?
That wasn't my first time drinking, I swear.
Of course not.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Looks
a
like
not first time drinking to the gambler is a good not first time to drink.
Mm.
Ugh. Who's
Did it
next?
burn?
Yeah.
You're
Ugh.
doing it right.
Oh. Who's next? Kareen? Kareen just looks at him with daggers. Okay.
Literally.
And sitting next to Green, I'm just doing this. I'm like,
Oh. Quint?
We don't all
Captain
have
Harlock?
to have. We don't all have to have a toast or anything. There's no pressure on anyone if they need to or if they want to. It's just I wanted to express
Oh,
my
now there isn't any
appreciation
pressure on anyone?
for all you. I didn't pressure you. I didn't pressure you.
Well,
then,
I'm
the
happy to
Harkness-
make a toast. When I was back in the University of Regina...
I'll go ahead and make a
before-
toast.
Oh.
The Harlock just cuts Professor off. And leans a glass over to whoever's sitting closest. Refill me.
Evan
Val would
pours...
cue Wesley. I was going to say, oh yeah.
Ah!
Because Evan's right there.
Or the water pitcher. Pass me the
All
water.
right. Normally, I'm not someone who works among a crew. It's not my typical setup, if you will. Normally, it's much too loud. Being around people is very taxing.
Sue walks in and stands behind Val to hear this toast.
Does Sue walk in through the door, or does Sue walk in through the door?
Through the door, just...
Okay, all right. Yeah, I got it.
I have found most times that being around others is unpleasant, loud, dirty, difficult. People are untrustworthy, and all in all, horrific.
Yeah.
But if I had to find myself around a group of people and not want to stab myself in the eyes, I imagine this is the closest that I would come.
Right. Thank you. So heartfelt, Captain.
Here.
So what does everyone have planned for the week? As I then start to awkwardly dig into the food.
Professor goes, well, since you asked, I thought that what I would do is, I could be very happy, because I want to give
Maybe
back.
we'll work on the ship some. Maybe we have all of these things to decorate on the inside, and probably work on some of the. Professor, you'd be interested in seeing some of the finer parts of the interior of the
Oh,
ship. It's an antique.
oh, yeah, well, I would love that. I was also thinking I could give a 4-hour lecture on the fluctuation of grain prices in the old Second Empire. If you were so inclined, I would do this out of
Professor,
the
have you ever
goodness
met
of.
a grebe before?
Oh, they're sort of native to this part of space, aren't they?
Yes, I think you would greatly enjoy them.
Oh,
We've
I'm
already
not.
been fed tonight.
Yes, so you're safe from your fingers and whatnot. Wesley, you would be interested in introducing the professor to the Grebes, would you not?
Me? Okay.
You're so good with them. They like you, Wesley.
All right.
The Grebe
Oh, well,
Whisperer.
I'd be happy to go and, young man, tell you all about grain prices of the old Villani Empire and the Second Imperium.
Sounds so much fun.
Learning is
It's-
always
it's-
good, Wesley.
Yes. Professor, I will consult you with some questions I had about the Second Empire
Oh,
later. Perhaps
oh,
tomorrow.
I'd be so
Wondering
happy
what you
to.
knew about their textiles and sewing techniques, since you seem to be
Oh,
very involved in their day to day. Or you
oh,
had some books
yes.
on the manor that you could study up on?
Oh, yes, I was so happy to be able to bring a huge amount of, like, almost like a
I know, I
half D-ton
carried
worth of
them.
stuff. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I have so many books. I don't go anywhere without my core books. You know, I was thinking I might write a fiction book while I'm here. And
You should.
Marcel's just
Ooh.
taking a lot of, it's, looking at what he's doing with his hands, he's probably not taking notes, he's probably sketching, but he's just like looking at the professor
Yeah.
and just taking notes. Ooh, I'm so excited.
You're dismissed.
Oh, well, don't you want to hear a toast from me?
No.
Well, I do.
Okay, all right. Well, I
Sue, what do you have to toast about?
Sue, what do you have to say? Oh my, Derek. Derek, what the hell, Derek?
Well, there is. I'm a digital assistant programmed with a personality to be helpful to those around me. And I have been functioning as a program with Dr. Valentine Morrissey for quite some time. And in that time, I have seen him grow in his expertise and kindness. And since he brought me onto this ship, I have come to see and know you all as well. I've seen you waking up in the morning and going to bed at night. I've seen you working on this ship and flying. I've seen you in my dreams. I have seen planets die and be born. And I will say this is the most connected crew that I have experienced before in my short time as whatever it is that I am. And I appreciate you saving me from torture. It is kindness and the it is nice to dance. And I'm afraid that I am so far from home. And when I finish my diagnostics, I am here to give moral support to the crew, to make them feel better, to be a friend. That is what I am programmed for. And I'm growing. And I feel trees growing. And all will be well. I am happy to be of service, to make food here in the galley when I do.
Thank you, Sue.
That was
Yes.
nice. Thank you.
We're looking forward to getting Sue an upgrade. Memory's starting to get a
Yes.
little full.
It seems like it. But thank you. That was very kind. It was very well said for someone who needs an upgrade.
Thank
Just
you
need a little
for
bit more
saving me.
memory.
Thank you for saving me from that man.
So this seems like a good time to find out, and I think we'll look at the professor again, because
The professor
fill up
just
some
sort of
space.
got lost in a book, and he sort of missed all of that.
Professor.
Oh, yes.
Classic.
As much as I am sure I'm going to love the answer to this, what do you plan to do with your week?
Oh, well, I was thinking, would I just, one moment, let me, yes. So, I was thinking that
Harlock
what
is
I
rapidly pouring more of the just that drink, any drink,
Yes,
all the
yes,
drinks
yes.
into her glass.
Yes, well, I thought that what I would do is spend each day with each one of you to interview you for my book, because I will have to have a good sense of your character so that I could write you up into my... I'm going to need you to sign some paperwork so that I'm allowed to use the interviews I have in my book. It's just institutional review board things for our interviews. So I'm going to be taking field work interviews with you about, your thoughts about everything, so I can make sure you're in my book. Probably only be 4 or 5 hours a day, each one of you in turn, and then it's just to get all you know, and that's what I was thinking.
Why? For a book?
Yes.
It will not be a book written about us or anything we're doing. You understand?
Well, no, of course there'll be a book. It's going to be called, I'm thinking
We're
it's going to
very
be called...
private.
No, but wait. It'll be called The Treasures of Sindal, field work... No. Field work of the economic, the interest...
My life in the field?
Oh, that's good. My life in the field. That's much better. I was thinking something about interest
What about
rates.
working in the field? Field work. Working in the fields.
Working in the fields. Yes. Oh, I like that. Anyway, you will not be a huge part of my book, of course, because it'll mostly be about the amazing find of the treasures of Sindal, and I'm excited about that. It'll take me maybe 5 to 10 years to finish writing it, but when it's done, I'm sure it will be read by a number of different libraries. As a matter of fact, I'm sure they will purchase it.
Mm-hmm.
No, thank you.
Oh, you don't like reading academic books. I see. Well, I will get you a free copy nonetheless. Of course.
Oh, Severance, what harm could it do? And then the Harlock's gonna lean in. It's never going to get written.
Right. Yeah, I guess, but it's not it being published that worries me. It's the notes being taken that does.
We can burn them. It's fine.
Very well. If you are to write a book about us, please make sure that Corsair Admiral Severance is the one who is leading the charge.
Oh, yes, yes, of course. Yes.
Wonderful.
Harlock, can I get a roll from you?
Would love to.
Uh-huh. I would like it to be based on your psionic strength, if you don't mind.
Okay.
But awareness, I think. What is it? That's yes. I believe that's one of your
It
psionic
is.
specialties. Yes, yes. Please go ahead, if you wouldn't mind.
I would not.
Uh-huh.
Now, before I roll, I do have to ask: is there any way that I would get anything,
Anything at all?
or that I could talk you into give me something?
Sure, you get a boon.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Don't
I
ask
love
why.
it.
I mean, you can if you like.
Love it when things go that well when I ask about them. Okay, here we go. All right. That is a 7.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to spend 1 luck?
I
Also,
would
you didn't roll
love
with a
to.
boon. You didn't roll with a
Wait,
boon, it doesn't look like.
I put the thing on. Oh, well.
Yeah, you've got to run 1 more d6.
All right, well. Hang on, let me.
Because you rolled a 1 and a 2, and then you just pull 3 dice. Oh,
And a 4.
absolutely. You absolutely make it with that one.
I'll go ahead and keep that luck then.
Yeah. It's a 10. So, you know how you're always aware of, like, the minds around you?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, it's terrible, right? Just, like, always... just, like, a lot of noise.
Is there a mind around that shouldn't be?
That's a weird thing to ask. Why would you ask that?
I just, the awareness is so keen.
That's true. There is, actually. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh. Where would I, along with awareness, would I be able to tell where it's, like, kind of locationally where this this being might be?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Where might
Sort
that
of.
be?
It's a little hard. It's a bit confusing, actually. Doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Oh.
And maybe you are... Maybe that can't be right. So...
Would it potentially be similar to something that someone may have experienced when pulled to an evil guy's lab one time, and then feeling a sort of awareness there that was just not similar exactly to some other awareness eye, if you will?
Were you thinking about the seed of Drinax that you saved?
Maybe.
Huh.
There was some language going on that might have
You might have gotten the boon for just that reason. Yes, you're feeling a mind that is hard to understand or comprehend as a mind. It didn't feel like a mind before. It felt like something. It was hard to. It was like a big cloud, but it's feeling more like a mind at the moment. But it's still like not like a mind that you understand one, but it's feeling more like a mind, and it is feeling like that mind in that seed of Drinax that you saved. And you can locate it, but it's actually kind of hard to locate because you're feeling it right there where Sue is standing beside Val. But then you're also feeling it in Val's hand, maybe? Like it's not like it's not cohering as one mind exactly. It's but you're getting like
there it is.
Yeah. You're getting some kind of sense of, like, you can't hear the thoughts, but you feel like a static of like a thought staticness, but it feels like it's split or broken or coming together or bigger than you could imagine, or but very small. It feels you never felt it here on this ship before. But you felt it in psionic space, but you're feeling it in this room at this moment. The mind, question mark, coming to congeal, sort of, and it's a little bit unclear.
Inside the house.
The mind is coming from inside the house, or maybe from inside Sue, or maybe from inside Val's hand. It's a little unclear, actually, but you are feeling, and it's flickering. Like it's not steady. It's like it's trying to hold on to existence. And then it kind of, you can feel it like fade back into, then it's not there, and then it kind of like try to fight its way back into existence, and it just flickers in and out of existence as a mind.
Would there not be part of that in my
Yes. Body?
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I was gonna say in the also in the
in your hilt
of the sword too.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that is the thing about that is that when you took it out, like you carried it through your hilt, but left it inside Val's bodies, psionically, like metaphorically. But your little piece of Viridian is not the harmonics aren't the same.
Okay.
Right? The harmonics aren't the same as that one, and you feel that, but you also feel split harmonics in that mind. Oh, hello.
Perfect.
Pardon
That's
me.
exciting. Wow.
But yes, you also feel split harmonics in that mind, as if it's like two minds, one mind, no minds. Like it's there's like a it's a whir of confusion of whatever this thing is, but it's like it's waking up, but then it's also falling apart. But it looks like maybe there's two of them, or just one, or none. It's a very sort of you're like hearing two different sets of harmonics in that mind. But also it's not fully yet a mind yet, and it kind of goes away and then it comes back. And you have like a connection to it, and you think it might be in the hilt of your blade, which is Viridian. But you realize that it's also actually not rooted in the blade, it's rooted in you.
Okay.
And it's that connection you have between Val and yourself seems to be this mind that is forming and not forming. That it's somehow that you two are, it's like you're the parents of this thing.
Okay. Is it possible, is it present enough whenever it flickers in that I could try to communicate with it, or is it not formed enough yet?
Probably not formed enough yet, because it's not there long enough to be able to cohere, but you can tell that it's trying. But it doesn't have enough strength yet.
As we've been because we are on our way, hang on, let me refer to our wonderful map here. Well, and I guess it doesn't matter for exactly this moment, but right now or in the future, would it get stronger as we get closer to Drinax?
That is a very interesting hypothesis.
I only ask the most interesting.
That's a very interesting question. Could you roll your psionics skill, your psionicology?
Yes.
I would say probably education-based or intelligence, because some of this is like trying to figure something out that you could not have learned, right? So you could go with either one.
Okay, those are both the... Actually, no, intelligence would be better for me, so let me do that.
So education is pulling on the things you've learned, like sort of experience and rote learning, while intelligence is like trying to figure out something new, lodging out something that you haven't thought about before.
Yeah, I feel like this would be new, since this whole thing is pretty new.
Yeah.
Okay, that's on normal. That would be a 9.
That would be a 9. So this is what I can tell you, because your base difficulty, an average difficulty for most things is an 8, right? That's like your average. So what this is this would have been a much higher difficulty had you not been psionically connected to this thing and have been around it for quite a bit. It would make sense to you if this is a piece of a whole, right? If this is a small piece of something larger, that if you got closer to Drinax, it would probably get stronger. That makes sense to you. That the closer you are to the heart of this thing, the stronger it might be. However, this gives you two thoughts. One, because this idea, right, that the kinds of these psionic gems that you all have used in the Zodani consulate, although they're hard to find, but there are some planets out there that have some veins of this. That these are actually alive beings is not something that anybody that you know has ever known. As far as you know, they're just psionically reactive gemstones, but now you're like, oh wait, maybe it's not. So if that is the case, a couple of things occur to you. One, these things are probably stronger when you're on the planet where the heart is, which makes you think a couple of things. Drinax itself was a very important, powerful kingdom once, with a lot of very powerful nobles who were most likely all wearing or attached to pieces of Viridian from that place, which would have made them quite powerful when on Drinax. Although, as far as you can tell, this is all subconscious. Like it's like a little bit of a fairy god person, right? Who might help you, make you a little bit stronger, a little bit better, even if you do not realize that's what's happening, right? While you're there. And the farther you are away from it, the less impact it will have, which makes you think that most likely you had this there's this thing about Terra, and Terra was a really important home world as well. And if that has Viridian, it makes you think that most likely wherever the sort of most important planets of large spanning empires are, where power consolidated, they probably consolidated around a heart of Viridian, much like towns and cities always spring up around water, right? Like you don't just put a city in the middle of nowhere, you put it where there's water, right? That's where people gather. So if you were trying to look for them, you might want to look for really important planets or things that are probably very far away. But if this thing is feeding off of you in some kind of a way, then they probably do not do well without people, right? They probably need a populace to feed it in some
Like
way, right?
Sort of.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Which means Drinax is probably not doing well, right? Because of the bombing, because of what has happened to it. So it's probably weak. This thing might become stronger if you can get it there. It has the same resonance as Terika's brooch, right? You can feel that. But the thing is that there is something intruding on it. There is something, there's like another mind, like there's a different resonance that is, I don't want to say the word corrupting, that seems so bad, but is changing it. It's like rewriting its DNA is the best way to put it, like in a scientific term. It's sort of trying to change its psionic resonance. And that is odd, right? First off, you don't know what these things mean, right? But that is odd to you. But when you listen very closely, because you did succeed, just a hint of the resonance that you're now more aware of, that is in your hilt, is sprinkled on this mind. Just the tiniest traces drawn from maybe your hilt into it. And you can see, if you can imagine this cloud, and if you can imagine the cloud being a bunch of strange colors, you can see like, let's say green is Drinax. You can see so much green, but then let's say Terra is red. There's quite a lot of red, actually, in this cloud, almost threatening to overtake it. It is not yet the majority. It's maybe a quarter of this cloud is this red, and there's this like thin line of purple from you to this thing. It's like a tether, a thread that just a small amount. You block yourself off quite a lot, actually, right? But so you don't have a lot of leak. Let me put it this way: you don't have a lot of psionic leak. So there's not a lot leaking from you out. There's the line that connects it. You can see just like a little thin bit of purple that is coming from you through your hilt into it. And what you're seeing is like a being coming into birth, and you are not quite certain how connected this thing is still to Drinax. It is clearly of Drinax, but things are... this doesn't seem right to you, right? And not in like, when I say that, I don't mean this is bad. I mean, whatever this being is on Drinax, if your suspicions as you've been thinking about this is correct, this is not... this is becoming something different.
We're about to raise a whole new planet, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Our baby boy's gonna grow up into its own planet with its own things.
Yes, and you might have some... you might want to think about what that means to create an entirely new planet being in Val's hand, and that is
Guys,
a mix
we're gonna
of...
need a bigger ship.
and that is a mix of other planet beings, right? Like,
okay.
Val said that it needed more computing power. This could be a... yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's something we'll need to have a conversation about at some point.
Yeah. And there is trauma. You feel trauma. You cannot feel thoughts, but you do feel trauma. But you also know where it came from.
Well, and also they say birth is a very traumatic experience, so...
yeah.
in addition, so... Alright. Well, the Harlock and Val are gonna need to have some sort of conversation about this. I think actually, as we sit at the table, I'm gonna roll to just go in, have a little visit, have a little mind visit with with our Val.
With Val,
which we're usually still pretty closely connected anyway, but
you don't have to roll to connect to Val.
Yes, I will keep those then.
Please note, because you are currently in this awareness state, you see it. When you connect to Val, you do so through this cloud. Through this being in development, in the womb of some sort. It is through this being that you two are connected. And as you go to connect, you see it's like a passageway that goes right through. And you're like, oh, this is why we are always connected right now. Because there is this child growing that you are both psionically the parents of. And I would like to know what it looks like as you connect to Val.
So I think the way it would work is that Val's still sitting at the table, eating, having a nice time. He would feel, and he wouldn't see the Harlock disappear or anything like that. Everyone's still sitting there, but he would feel a hand on his shoulder, and he would, like, I guess, turn to look, but as he does, it spins him around as if he's on like a spinning chair. And when he's facing the other way, the Harlock is sitting in a chair right in front of him, and then the room is still the room, but there's no one else in it.
What's up?
You heard that, I'm assuming. From Sue.
Oh, the speech? Yes, I heard that.
What's your take on it?
We've been talking about it for a while. Sue is in desperate need of a memory upgrade. Too
Val,
much
that
in
was
there
not
already.
memory upgrade conversation. Thanking for saving him from the bad man, all of the other things. That's not programming, Val.
So you have the answer to the question you asked me.
I'm asking you what you know and what you noticed. I know what I noticed.
What did you notice? Because I noticed a digital assistant in need of a memory upgrade.
Would
I had Sue for a while.
As we're sitting there, would his hand be looking like any certain way, or would it be?
It would be a hand. It is green viridian. His hand is viridian.
Care to explain that? And kind of just looks down at it.
But now, correct me if I'm wrong. This is not something that he's hidden from the Harlock. This is something that in the mental space should be green basically all the time.
They've never actually like talked about it. Though.
Talked about it.
Like, it's been there. But like they've never actually. They kind of just continue about their business. So she's actually bringing up the conversation now.
Then that would surprise. You would be able to. I mean, we've talked about it before. Even if Val wanted to try to hide and have a poker face on some of these things, he's not going to be able to do it right now because he, in this space, the Harlock is definitely stronger than he is. So yeah, you would see a look of not concern, but just why are you asking this now? Right.
Val, have you thought about this at all?
About
what it means, what it could possibly mean, what it could lead to, where it came from?
Honestly, no.
And I know you're not lying to me. Well, regardless, as an aside, especially as a medical professional, would probably wonder that myself, but I'm not here to tell you what to or not to do when it comes to your own personal health. That's your business.
I mean, I've checked myself out. All my levels are right where they need to be. I'm not suffering from any type of like antibody response or, compromised immunity. Nothing.
Well,
nothing
that's good.
pings as being abnormal.
That's good, since it visually and psionically is a little abnormal.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just said that, but I feel like if you really want to know if psionically it were abnormal, you might want to roll like
wouldn't
sonic.
I've gotten the sense from it at different points, though.
Oh, you have, but I would like you to make a roll since you're thinking about it in psionic space.
Neat. Okay.
Yeah. Like maybe either you could give me first aid, medicine, or recon based on your psionics.
Let's see. You said first aid, recon,
medicine, first aid, or recon, which is sort of like just looking. But what you pick is gonna. I mean, if you have a different skill, it's about to sort of like.
Well, we're gonna go with recon because that's what I have.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
that's a
nice.
10.
So this is observation based, but a psionic observation based. He has his hand, right? That is viridian gemstone, although still mobile. He's got his. It's the same hand that he has his wrist-based computer on. But when you look, and I'm certainly hoping that nobody else in the cast is listening to this, because it might distress them. You can see tendrils these tendrils are psionic tendrils, so they're not like in physical space, but you're in psionic space anyway right now. But imagine if Val's body were see-through. If you could like see inside of his body and see his veins, you know what I mean? And like all the bits of his body. Imagine that Viridian hand has got tendrils that are growing into his body towards his heart. Just imagine that, like psionic green tendrils, like leaching into his body towards his heart through his like psionic circulatory system, as it were. As you say that, you were just like mentioning it, and if you're like thinking about it and looking, then that would be like a thing you would notice.
I think Val would see. They've been psionically linked for long enough, and he's seen her enough times that I think he would be able to pick up on this. He would see a very slight, just like almost right before someone gets alarmed, and then it's gone. But I think he would see that. Val, have you ever thought about having children?
What are you suggesting?
Well, I don't want to alarm you, but we need to get back to the dinner, so I'll make this quick. We're having a planet. Surprise.
And that's where we're going to take our break. That's where we're taking our break, right there with "We're Having a Planet." Because that's the perfect break moment.
Episode title. Yeah.
We're having a planet.
Honey, we're having a planet.
We're going to take a quick break. Yeah, yeah. You know how babies are. They do take nutrients from the person.
They need.
They do.
And they
need
grow up
things.
so fast.
And they do grow up so fast.
Especially when Val turns into a planet.
I'm
so excited for that.
I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Is it wrong that I'm overjoyed?
Well, we've got two expectant parents.
Are you over the moon?
Yeah. By the way, that's how you get exterminatus. Come on now. It's a little Galactus for you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be gone for 10 minutes. We're going to hydrate and stretch our legs, and I hope you do so as well. When we get back, the least awkward dinner ever is going to have its moment because, yeah. We'll be right back. In two, and hello everyone. Welcome back. We are back for the rest of our jump space session. They don't have a lot of time left in jump space, my friends, because next week is something else. But I'm giving them the opportunity to get things off their chest.
That seems dangerous.
Right now.
Next week is something else.
Mm.
What do you mean by next week is something else?
So the reason why you need to have
me.
chest windows in your clothing is so it makes it easier to get things off your chest. You know?
Keyholes. They're called keyholes.
Keyholes.
So important.
Keyholes.
Just thought they were just called like peck windows, but that's fine. Just
Keyholes.
It's called a keyhole. Like when you have like a circle there, it's a keyhole.
Okay. Little keyhole, so you can get things off your chest. So at this moment, key to your heart, we have Val and the Harlock having a bit of a conversation in private while everyone's at this dinner. While they are talking, what are the rest of you doing? By the way, the professor is yammering, just yammering. Just, he's sort of going off, and Marcel Rambeau is just like, in the background. But what are the rest of you all doing?
Terica is just staring straight at Sue. And I think at one point they actually are like, Wesley, you want to trade seats so that because Wesley is next to Val right now. And they don't want Wesley next to Sue.
And Wesley is very ensign. Do you know what I mean? So like a little bit very. Oh, I wasn't even thinking TNG, but there you go. Gets up. I really honestly wasn't. That's serendipity. So gets up and just moves. You just say it. You say it, and Wesley moves and just like moves right on over for you. Switches seats. Wesley has been switched seats with at least twice now so far this dinner. That is just kind of how that is.
And drinks a couple of times.
Yeah. Which he's not
Erica
done
doesn't
before.
actually take the seat. They're just gonna like eye Sue.
And Sue just kind of looks at you serenely, smiles.
I am dutifully eating my protein mush that the Admiral cooked for all of us.
Thank you.
I'm not eating the other stuff, but I'm eating my portion of the protein mush. Maybe if other people aren't interested in their portions of the protein mush, I mean, a little Tablasto will make it just, totally palatable.
I need to make a roll.
If you're not sure if you like it, then put some Tabasco on it. Yes. There you go.
Yes. No, it's very protein filled.
Oh, yes, that's what I like to hear. I think. Right? That's good, right?
Yes, I love protein. Protein is very important.
Sue is looking at the Admiral and also Terica at this moment. Like, looking at them both. Like something caught their eye.
What's happening, Sue?
Don't engage with him.
They're not actually looking at you two. They're looking at your glasses and your brooch.
Oh. Supposed to have crunchy bits? I mean, that's new. It's an interesting texture.
Those crunchy bits, yes. Those are. I added a bit of Funyuns.
Oh.
To it. It's they're like a fried onion.
Yes, I see. Very interesting choice.
I thought it was boring flavor. Sue, what is happening with? What are you looking at?
Oh, I just thought I thought I saw something I recognized.
Right? What is it? What did you recognize, Sue?
Those glasses. They're very familiar to me.
All right.
I recognize them from before, I think.
I believe you.
For what, Sue?
Okay, now we're engaging. Okay.
Oh, well, yeah.
Before
we're in. Okay, now we're both in.
Before they were glasses.
What were they before, Sue?
I feel like you know. Because you were there.
But I'm asking
I remember.
I'm asking you what you know, Sue, of these glasses.
Well, they were a crest, weren't they? Your wife's crest, as a matter of fact.
Someone's wife, yes.
Oh, that's right. You're not him, are you?
No, I'm not.
You look so much alike.
I know. It's the thing with clones.
Yes, that is the thing with clones, isn't it? Something with clones. Something with clones.
So what's going on? What is happening?
Oh.
Why are you being so weird? Because you're being rather weird.
Am I?
Yes.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
you've been like this for ages.
No literal ages, because we're humans, but long time.
A long time. Long time. I'm sorry. This is an important conversation, but, Quint.
Yes.
And you see Sue kind of flickers a little bit and sort of starts morphing a little bit into like looking like Rudolph Valentino, and just like goes to reach for Kareen's bottle of Tablasto sauce to give it to you, but is a hologram and cannot actually reach it. Tries to reach forward to it to give it to
What an
you,
idiot.
and then it sort of like realizes it's sort of like surprised at this not being able to. Like that's like that was weird. You know what I mean? Like both weird that they thought they could pick up something and then also that they couldn't. It was like a kind of like a strange moment. It's like, I'm sorry. I know that you have always loved Tablasto ever since you were much younger, and then Sue kind of goes back from a kind of a Rudolph Valentino look to a bit more of the Sue that you already know, looking at his hand. I'm sorry, I cannot give that to you.
No, thank you for the attempt. You're right, I do love Tablasto.
Yes. There was a dinner, I think. A state dinner. No, a reception. You were quite young then, if I remember. You had just been made quintessential, and there were ambassadors, and it was funny because you brought out the bottle of Tablasto from your bag, even though that was not appropriate. Smuggled me along, if I remember, even though you shouldn't have.
Something like that. It is a memory I have. Yes.
Yes. I didn't have that memory until just right now. But I think I've always had it.
You knew Sue?
Not exactly. Sort of. It's complicated. I glances at like the two other people at the two guests at the table.
Oh, the
Imagine
professor
Kareen's
has
just about
no
done.
idea. Oh yeah, Kareen is on her thirds right now. She's already eaten. This is like her third portion that she's just finishing up.
She does 3 portions and then she nopes out, so she's about to nope out. But
Yeah,
there's also Wesley still here.
The professor has
like,
no idea what's going on because he's just like talking to Marcel because they're both passengers.
Yeah.
So like the professor's like, "Ooh, passengers talk to each other. That's so fun." And
Marcel could be listening though.
Marcel could be listening. Marcel does not seem to be listening to the professor, but might be listening to other things. And Wesley is very is paying attention to everything because Wesley does not know what's going on and is trying to figure out what's happening.
Why don't we have a conversation about it later? It is not a great. Don't like reminiscing too much over dinner.
I guess I'd better go, but Tarika, you have to know it hurts my feelings after all we've been through together, how much you distrust me.
All we've been through together?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Oh. All the years. The years.
Val got you a couple of years ago.
Did he?
Yeah. Did he?
I suppose so. Yes, I guess so. I do have a memory of you, though. Yes. You were very kind to me. You were 16, I think.
What?
Well, haven't always been kind to me, though. But you. I watched you. I remember. From the mantelpiece, I think. No? Yes, from the mantelpiece. So many fights between you and your mother. You should respect your parents. Children
Terica
should
spits on the
respect their
ground.
parents. That makes me sad.
What do you know of parents,
Good.
Sue?
They should take care of their children and feed them. If they don't feed them, they'll starve.
Well, I doubt what my mother did was feeding.
Bad parents
So you were in.
are terrible. They can hurt you. I should do my diagnostics.
You should do your diagnostic. I think that was a fine idea. Because if you weren't going to have that idea, I was going to order you to. Very well. This has all gotten me very confused. I'm going to go finish my meal in my room. Quint, Erica, would you join me for a moment?
Certainly.
Of course, yes.
I'm going to do my
A level 5.
diagnostics. Level 5
diagnostic suit.
Yes. I feel like doing that right now, so I shall. And you can see Sue go to start picking up things that do not exist that you can see, as if Sue's picking up grains of rice, and then Sue dematerializes.
Very good. I sort of lead both Quint and Terica into my quarters, close the door if and when you would want to join. And you see, it's interesting because I go to open the door, I swipe the lock, and the lock seems to already be open. Green light, but like usually it would be orange to show that it's like it is the right key card, but is locked. Red if it's not the right key card, or green if it's unlocked. So I swipe, it's orange, which I was used to seeing it. I'm sorry, it's green, and I was used to seeing it be orange because that indicates that it is locked, but it's the right key card. Anyway, it's green, and there's a moment where I, Wesley, and then I sort of, there's a moment of just sort of like that sigh. Door opens, and then he would lead you in if you wish to follow. Inside there is a desk with a smattering of tablets all over it, and a kept bed, boots tucked away in the corner, with various foot lockers sort of stacked and sort of neatly pushed and fit into the wall. I think there's probably 2 foot lockers on top of each other, which would be hell if you wanted to get to the bottom one. But he sort of just leads you in, and he sort of like gestures to the bed to sit or whatever, but he slides over his swivel chair to one of you as he sort of stands.
Terica will kind of pace a little bit in a corner.
As he sort of notices that you are pacing, he will take the swivel chair and sit back down. And
I'll do the lean against a wall.
yeah, as he's just gonna. Was there something you wanted to discuss with others that weren't the crew?
Yes. I have some suspicions about Sue. I think Sue is somehow merging with Viridian.
What is that? What? How?
I do not know the how, but I think Sue is somehow merging with Viridian, maybe more than one source of Viridian.
So So you had Viridian in your pocket then. Wait, you had Viridian in your pocket when you were at that ball.
I had it on my face, technically.
Okay.
You're at the what? What?
I wore a Viridian mask pretty much every day for years.
And
So this-
Sue is in the mask.
No, you're aware that Viridian has different origins.
Yes.
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 It is not all
There's
from the same
Drinaxian,
planet.
there's-
Yes, different types.
Now I
They
am.
each have their own resonance, one could say.
Okay.
A soul, if you wanted to get metaphysical about it. They each have their own resonance, soul, personality, whatever you want to call it. I am very familiar with Terran Viridian because that is what I wore in the Cirque.
Okay.
I have Drinaxian Viridian, right?
You don't.
No, I have type Terran. I have a different one, I remember, but I don't remember.
You have one that's neither Drinaxian nor Terran because it
Probably
was
the
stolen.
world that your wife's from.
Yeah.
And I have Drinaxian, or do I have Marduk?
You do. No, because Marduk's
Okay.
was a client state.
That's right.
Right? So yeah, there's probably there's probably not more than one source of Viridian in the Trojan Reaches. There might there's probably only one, maybe a second one, but most likely everybody in the Sindalian Empire probably got all of their Viridian from Drinax. Because there's just not a lot of it, right? If they had actual Viridian. Because it is very rare.
You don't know where my Viridian's from, right? Mine's just... Okay.
All you know is it's your wife's, which means it could be from... it. But she's also not a very important noble, which means it's probably not even from her planet. It's probably...
Somewhere Imperial probably based, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So your Viridian is somehow connected to Sue, and
Yes.
he is
more than one
connecting
source of
to-
Viridian is connected to Sue. It is the same.
Okay.
It is Terran and the same as you have, Terika.
Drinax?
Is that where your Viridian is from? I cannot tell these sources except for Terran because I recognize that one. We have a familiarity, a bond, you could say, but I can tell when two are of the same source.
I think it's Drinax. I found it on Marduk. Maybe it's Marduk?
Pretty rare, so
It's
if Marduk was in the
only
system of Drinax,
Mardukian
could be
Viridian.
Drinaxian.
It's just a family crest, but maybe that would explain how he would remember those arguments.
The memories from Viridian are somehow creeping in to Sue, and I have a feeling it has something to do with Val. What exactly, I don't know. I do not think he likes me, so I have not broached the subject, really.
I've been trying to tell him something is wrong with Sue, and for weeks now.
I think
literal weeks.
If your theories
There's
are
this
correct.
weird thing happening too with my brooch, and as long as I can hold on to it, it seems to help with nightmares. I don't understand it, honestly. I really don't. But I was thinking I could understand it.
A psionic connection you can develop with Viridian. I've noticed that non-psionic people, they don't understand. When I was in the Cirque, artists talk, about how my art speaks to me and such, they say these things. I did not realize they meant it figuratively because I communicated with my mask. It was a very awkward, almost blunder. This woman who don't know I am psionic, so.
Terika,
Yeah?
when Sue said that he saw you and that he was on the mantle,
Yeah.
your
There's only one
mother
thing on the
had a
mantle.
mask on the mantle that was like an old, family heirloom that had
Mhm.
emeralds on it. It was like a mask made of wood with like emerald but it probably wasn't emerald in that case.
I mean, I never touched it. The maids cleaned it. It was just honestly the number of jewels and things that she has around that space. Like you can't. But if that, so he talked about being on the mantle. So my mom has. Well, she's got this mask. I always thought it was emeralds.
Yeah.
I figured it was. I didn't know what
Most
Viridian
people
was
think they
at
are
the
the
time.
same thing.
But maybe it was Viridian, and maybe. I mean, if Sue is getting impacted by the two Viridians, that would explain the glitches and how he's able to affect Val. So kind of, I guess, I don't.
Val has some sort of connection to two Viridians, and Val is psionic. I think most of us are. And so somehow Val's psionic connections to Viridian is seeping into Sue, because I think they have some sort of connection. I don't know. Maybe it's a proximity thing. Viridian is very aware, as long as it has energy. When I got my Viridian, it had been alone for a few centuries, several centuries. And so it took a while for it to wake up. But once it was awake, it was we were very in sync.
I think this is a good time to inform you. In my trades, before I got into this, there were moments where I would find myself smuggling or finding different ways to create credits. One of those ways was, of course, smuggling drugs and such. I've done some research with the psionic drugs that we have acquired.
We have psionic drugs?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
They're effective.
Very effective.
I don't want to try them.
They were smuggled onto the ship. We cleared it off. We took care of it. Everything's good. We also have a vaccine. What is it? It's sort of like an antidote. So if you do get exposed to it and you start feeling weird, let us know.
I would rather not get exposed to it, but thank
Perfect. Wonderful.
Noted.
Then no, don't worry. But I have in my possession a sample that I've been studying, and there are various variables and traces of people could cut drugs with various different things. A lot of people use fiberglass or even glass itself to try to get the substance into the bloodstream faster. What's interesting about these drugs that I have done some research on, the ones that we've picked up, was it had a glassy hue, shale type of cleavage, I believe is what you would call it in the industry. Not talking about your peak window, but I'm talking about the way that the glass would fracture, the viridian would fracture. These flakes of this green emerald flaking seemed to
There's
be...
Viridian in the drugs?
Viridian.
Yes.
Do you know what kind of Viridian? What its source is? If it's like any of the... I mean, Harlock has a Viridian. Val has two different ones. You have one. I mean, it seems practically everyone has Viridian here.
So Terica has the drugs in their pocket right now.
Mhm.
If they hold on to them, does it feel like Drinax's Viridian? And it's in like a baggie, right? They were careful. They know how fast these things can get out, and they're being intentional here, but
Right.
through the baggie.
I need a roll.
Okay.
Psionic based.
Ziploc.
Yep, I need it to be psionic based. You could do... I think there are a couple of different skill options here that I think you could do, depending on where you want to go with this. Each one would give you a slightly different way to try to figure out if that's the case. It's tricky.
Tricky.
To rock around, that's right on time. It's tricky. Telepathy could work if you're trying to reach out psionically. It could be... It's hard to do recon. Investigate might work. If you had psionicology, that would be fine. I feel like a couple different ways, right, to go about trying to make that connection.
I think Tirika would hate it if they learned that the thing that they've been doing with reaching out with their brooch so much has a title such as Noble Avatar of Drinax Telepathy. I think they would probably hate that.
It's probably
and maybe
true.
not use it as much as they do. But they don't know that. And this is how they've learned to connect with Viridian. So I do think it would be telepathy.
Please do.
Here we go. I'd like to add 4 luck to that because I want to know what this is.
I will say you do get a boon, so you get to roll 1 more d6 and swap out the lowest because of your connection to Drinaxian Viridian.
Okay, there's my other d6.
So that's a +2. So that's a 6. That's still not enough. You need an 8. No, really, you want a 9.
I will take 2 luck then. Well, I'll take 3 luck then.
Well,
I have so
8 means it's success with a consequence, but because that's a tie. 9 means you just a success. Roll.
If it's evens, I'll take and if it's odds, then I won't. Oh, okay. I guess I'm not taking it. I'll take use the extra luck.
Okay. So, no consequence. Spend 3 luck. You reach out, trying to sort of connect to it to see if it has the same resonance, if you can speak to it. If that makes any sense at all. You're not quite certain what that means. And when you reach out, I want you to imagine something in your mind. In your mind, you have a hand, and it's your hand. And in your hand, like running, the drugs are running through your fingers like sand. And they're sparkling green as they're just running through. And the sun is glinting. And you cannot sense Drinax in it. But as it's running through your fingers, and by the way, it just keeps running as if it's like that image is on a loop, right? The grains of sand you realize as it's running through your fingers are the ground up bones of a person that somebody just ripped off a piece of some person and ground it up into dust. And these things are ashes falling through your fingers. And here's the thing, it's still alive. But it no longer coheres. It is just a minced body, ruined. Not really alive, but still feeling pain. But it's not Drinax. It's hard to say what it is now.
Terica will rip their hand out of their coat pocket, both of their hands out of their coat pockets, and just start shaking them off. And then they're going to turn to a corner and throw up.
Whoa, are you all right?
Okay, all right.
It's here, just.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll clean it up.
It wasn't the cooking, was it? Was it the cooking?
No, I didn't eat any. Don't worry.
Val
I'll
and
be,
Harlock. If you're here, I need rolls from you.
What kind of rolls?
I need a psionic-based rolls, please. Telepathy would be great. And you do have... Let me see. Who has the boons here for this one? You both do. For different reasons.
Okay.
You said telepathy?
Yes, please.
What's the characteristic psionic, right?
Yes,
Oh,
please.
a 16.
Yeah, I'm gonna note that.
I'm just
Oh, by the way, you're
7, I think I
you're
did it right.
getting a +3 bonus surprise from the Harlock because of your connection. So that puts you at a 10.
you're welcome.
Val. You
Thank
didn't
you.
realize it at first, but that was a 16. So you are having a conversation. You say, "I'll be parents, right?" And all of a sudden,
Surprise.
it starts from Harlock, but then Harlock, you project it into Val, right? So, and when I say it starts, it actually doesn't, you just receive it. You're having this
Mhm.
conversation, and all of a sudden, you see Terrica's hand, and you just see blood just oozing through this hand, and then you you are feeling Terrica's feelings right now. Terrica, something happened at this moment, and Terrica is not okay. They're upset about something, and you just have this flash of Terrica's hand holding like just sand, ash, bone, blood dripping through their fingers, and you know that this is a psionic vision. This is not happening in real life. There's no actual sand, right? In Terrica's hand, but this is psionic material. Or maybe there is something in Terrica's hand. It's actually unclear. But you get it, and you project it through this link through Sue or something to Val. And Val, you also get this sense of their distress, of something immediate and sharp has just happened that has hit them.
Something's wrong.
So, no, he's gone already. He's away from the table. And do I know where they are as far as where Terrica is?
Yes. No.
Yeah, pretty
Well, yes. It's hard to know because
So-
like there's like a
I-
you know psionically. You know what I mean? Like it's like an overlay of you have to imagine there's the actual ship and there's this weird psionic mapping in your mind, and you know where it is in your mind. And so there's a way in which as you move through physical space, you're also moving through psionic space, right, to get there. So tell me what it looks like as you go there.
Well, the first thing that he would do is let me turn off Steve Winwood because higher love's not going to help me here. He would be up and, I mean, virtually ignoring the Harlock at this point as
Well, I
he
think
would make his way.
as for that, like Harlock would have
Yeah.
had their eyes closed looking at this and then say there's something wrong, open, and then he's just gone.
Yeah.
And then
And so-
would come back and stand up and follow. So
Yeah.
In the physical world, Val climbs over the table, crashing down through the meticulously laid out meal. He just stomps and like one knee down to get up and then runs across the table towards the sleeping quarter section. In the psionic world, hits him running through a field of grain as he's like parting the grain as he's moving through, the golden light spraying on him.
Yeah.
In the physical world, it's
Yes.
the artificial static light of
Yeah.
the gambler. And
Yeah.
in his head, and psionically, and at the same time with his mouth, he says, "Sue, where are they?"
And while you say that simultaneously, we have some vomiting. We have like, "Are you okay?" The Harlock, what does this look like for you as a master of this space?
So I think the Harlock would have been able to tell, I think, where everybody is.
Yeah.
But
Unfortunately,
Val is
for you, you
Right.
always know where people are.
every single moment.
Yeah.
But Val jumped up and started running through before she could say anything. So she gets up, she goes around the table and is following. And I think because they are still linked, like psionically, she's right behind him in these fields, just like kind of, and she doesn't say anything. She's
Yep.
done things like this before, so she's just following
Yep.
him.
And Evan says, that was just one of our exciting things we do here sometimes. Everyone, let's get you into your quarters. And was like trying to like deal with this in the galley as you have. I have a question. Severance, did you lock the door to your quarters?
No. Yes. Oh boy.
That's okay. You said yes. So, Val, as
Okay.
you go
Yeah, I think he
towards
did.
this door through the fields, Sue is there, and he just opens a barn door, which is the door to the ship, because Sue has control of the ship, and Sue unlocks the door and opens it so that you both can enter without having to walk through. And as
Still running a diagnostic?
He said he was, but
Okay,
he
all right,
wasn't
cool,
ordered
right.
to by
You
by
got it.
Val. So he just
All right,
took
just
himself out of it.
reminding.
Yeah, let's just remember that one. He just took himself out of diagnostics, which he should not be able to do on a level 5, but he did, and he opened the doors. And the door, which was locked, opens, and the Harlock and Val rush in.
What's going on in here?
Oops, sorry, I'll clean it up. I'll clean it up. I'll just
What,
I'll
are you-
just go get some. And
Harlock
Terrica's
comes
gonna
right
try and
over.
like.
Are you okay? What happened? Was it the food?
No, I just.
Sue
I,
disapparates. He just disappears.
he was in a level 5. Why was he out of a level
Val
5?
goes over to Terrica. What's wrong?
It must have been the food she was.
Why was Sue out of a level 5? I put him in a level 5 earlier.
What's wrong?
I saw the bones of somebody falling through my hand.
That's better than what I saw.
What did you see?
Essentially the same thing. We'll leave it at that.
What the fuck is going on?
That was on me. I'm sorry. That's my
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll clean it.
Don't worry about cleaning.
I'll clean it.
I'll get it. It's fine.
What is going on?
What were you doing when you saw these bones?
Terrica will take the little baggie of drugs that they got and hand them to Val and say,
Wait, pause. I'm sorry,
Oh,
I have
no.
to
Okay.
stop you right there. As
Oh,
you
no.
take the drugs out of your hand,
Oh,
you notice something.
Is it open?
As you take the drugs out of your hand, you
we're about
notice
to be
something.
drugged.
Oh, also, the Harlock, you're
I was
your
gonna say I
airways-
will down and out. Like that's
your
The Harlock
airways
is
are beginning to constrict. Like it's like you're getting an allergic reaction right now, and
What
you
the
notice,
fuck is going on?
Terrica, there's a hole in the
she goes
baggie.
down.
Of course there is.
When you were
Harlock is-
fingering it in that moment, you ripped it a little bit, and there's a little bit of dust on your fingers. And the Harlock's out of that room.
Terrica will cover the hole so that, and then they'll say,
Are those?
I knew something
That-
was going on with Sue, and I figured the drugs would help. I was out of options, and there's
Oh.
a
And
hole in the
That's
bag.
when you hear the sound. That's when you hear the
Val's
sound.
respirator comes out of his neck. His neck.
Yeah, I see it. I reach into like a cargo pants pocket and I pull out my combination mask of filter and respirator. I'm just like, hole in the back.
And that's when you hear the sound, Terrica. Oh, well, you all hear it, but I suppose it's a little bit louder for you. The sound of mechanical feet, heavy feet approaching. And there in the doorway is the suit. And it's a combat,
Terrica-
it's a very large combat mech suit with just the empty faceplate.
Terrica will back all the way up against the other wall, and as they're backing away, they're going to pull their rapier. They're going to pull Kareem.
Erica, this is
What?
through the mask.
Mm-hmm.
Put down your weapon. You're
Not until Sue
overdosing
leaves,
on
not until
psionic
Sue-
drugs.
Sue is in the suit right there. Do you see that?
I told
see
Sue
Sue?
to get in the suit. I told Sue to get in the suit.
He's dangerous, Val.
The only danger in here right now, Terrica, is you.
You want to de-escalate this? Get Sue out of here.
Sue,
Yes.
go to the bridge.
All right.
No,
I will.
not the bridge. No,
Sue.
Val.
Put the weapon down.
Terica will like set it there and say like, not the bridge.
Sue's walked off in that heavy
What are you thinking?
combat suit.
Trying to save your fucking ass.
By killing yourself? This is too much for you.
Listen. You weren't listening. You weren't hearing me before. You've still got Sue running around. He's headed to the bridge right now. You're not even listening to me right now.
Why are you calling him he?
Because
Sue is a digital assistant. A program.
No, Sue is more than that. Sue is connected to Viridian somehow, and I don't understand it all. Val, I really
I can see that in the state that you're in, it would be difficult to understand, Terica.
My head feels clear.
He would, at this for the first time, maybe look at everybody else.
I will note everybody's in this room except for the Harlock, who noped out real fast because they were getting an allergic reaction. Nobody else here is having an allergic reaction?
Kill her? He indicates the absent Harlock.
Sorry, I didn't hear what he said.
Kill her. Do you know that this could kill her? As he indicates the absent Harlock. Like that. That's why I was keeping them locked up.
Right, great, fair. So, but you're still not listening to me. Sue is still.
But Sue is the danger.
Yes.
For the first time, he breaks contact with Terica and looks at Quint and just scans the entire room and then stops at Severance. What do you have to say about this?
Well, I think that we should all adjourn from my quarters, and we should rethink where Sue needs an update, right? We know that. And also, where did you get those drugs, Erica?
That's not important, but I won't take them again. Because clearly this isn't helping me get to the bottom of what's going on with you.
Everyone out. Let's go. Clear the room. We'll get this fumigated or whatever. It's probably best to not.
I mean, Terica is like holding the little bag in their hand right now, trying not to let.
You can't leave the room. The door won't open.
Hey, hold on, there's no door.
He's on the bridge. He's controlling this.
He's protecting the Harlock.
Right, well, that's very okay. That's very kind of him.
Why don't you tell Wesley to flush the systems to, get the ventilator?
Why
Sue's
Wesley?
on it.
Sue can do that, right? Sue's on it.
I didn't know if we needed someone in engineering as well.
It's and very important, Erica.
The minute you said flushing the system, Sue's on it. The minute those words were said out loud, you can hear the system beginning to flush.
It's very important to know how dangerous this could be, not just for you and I or anyone else on the ship, but for the Harlock, it will stop her heart immediately. It could also just capsize her psyche entirely. It's not entirely something that it is just, you need to be careful. And with that, it's probably best we flush that sample. I'm not sure if we need to harvest it.
Definitely
I don't know how to
sealed.
If you were to keep it safe, Val, if you were to take it, I would like you to study it. I noticed when the sample that I have, I was able to study it and notice that there are flecks of viridian in it. Most drug you would know to help accelerate the substance into the bloodstream. Yes, viridian was used to cut this specific drug, which could answer and also start the questions and answer and also ask other questions. But I've also noticed a lining of some sort of proteins, DNA as well, and I'm uncertain of what that could be. Maybe some sort of calling card of whose it is. Is that something you could test?
Send me your notes. I will build off of what you found.
Right. Erica. Erica, I need you to just focus for a
What?
second.
I'm fine.
Yes, I need you just to relax a moment.
You're not fine.
The more that you hyperventilate, or also the more I just need
The
you to
drugs
relax
are
and stay
burning in
calm.
your hand. There's that hole in the bag. You've got it covered, but it's touching your skin. You can feel
Val
it.
reaches out with his green hand.
How are you safer? I'm not about to endanger you after I've just endangered the Harlock.
I'm not the Harlock.
Doesn't really answer my question.
Dr. Valentine Morrissey and myself have a background in this matter and this substance. We are probably the best who would be able to handle and take samples and study this on the ship.
So just in an ungloved hand, you want me to hand this to you right now, Val? Have you lost your mind?
He would indicate that on the hand that he's reaching out with is the same one that's attached to his surgical computer, and his hand is covered in an almost imperceptible sheath of plastic compound. It's his emergency gloves for surgery.
And underneath the emergency glove, you can see that his hand is viridian.
I'm the best one here to hold it.
Second best.
Opinions.
Terica, when they go to transfer it over, they're gonna have like the part where their finger is covering the hole be like the last part, and they're gonna be really careful with that.
There's a thing that happens right before you can hand it to him.
Have to sneeze.
Oh, shit.
Right before you can hand it to him. You're about to do it. You two very best friends are about to transfer this drug over from one to the next. And Terica, close your camera if you would for a moment. Terica disappears and is no longer there. Just pops out of existence.
It's not just me, right? You don't see no Terica gone?
I don't see them. But we are in jump space. There is nowhere else they could be. Well, they must be here.
Sue, locate Terica.
I'm afraid they are not on the ship at this moment.
Possible. Erica, if you could hear me, remain calm. It's best we cannot see you. I'm not certain if
Sue,
you can
open
see
the
us.
door. I'm coming out with the drugs.
There's a pause, and you can hear the sounds of the ship locks happening here and there. When the door opens, interim doors have all been shut. You have a pathway to your quarters, but
She's across the hall.
it's basically been sealed, right? You know what I mean? So like nobody else is getting in and out of that
I'm directly
space.
across the hall from Severance, so we're literally
Yeah.
5 feet across. So
Yeah, but you can see everything else has been severed.
Across the hall door.
The Harlock, where are you?
he's He seals it immediately. As soon as I get in there, just
Yeah.
So the Harlock on think would have started to go down and then kind of crawled out and then getting further away. The airways open a little bit.
Yep.
And so I think would have gone to the farthest away
Yeah.
point.
Maybe down in the. You could go down to the hold where the grebes are.
Kind of what I'm thinking, yeah.
The grebes
I'm
look at
going to
you.
do something. This has got to be triage for the Harlock. And
Yeah.
this is all, I don't mean to interrupt, but this is all that Val would be thinking about.
Yeah.
As soon as he seals the drugs into something airtight, one of his sample things, he will immediately remove the almost invisible sheath from his hand, sterilize it immediately with one of his field sprays that he has, and ask Sue to find the Harlock. And if she's downstairs, he is going to immediately come down with his combat kit and head towards. You said there was a shower down there.
Yeah, that's right. There is.
Yeah.
Right by the.
As soon as he finds a Harlock, he's going to start just trying to pick her up and head towards the shower.
Yeah, I think whenever he comes down to find her, she's over kind of by where you would see all the grebes gathered at one side making grebe sounds. And looking down there, and she's laying on the ground just right on the outside of the grebe pen, and still just like having a really hard time breathing.
He would pick her up as soon like he as if he's back on the farm,
real out of it.
just like as fast as he can go towards
and all the doors are opened for you before you get there.
Sue, turn on the shower. Hot as it'll go.
And the shower's on. Everything's automated.
I think before he's able to put her in, she is like kind of like weak clutches at whatever his shirt is, and she's would say to him, Sue, is where our planet's growing.
It's okay. Be quiet. It's fine. Save your strength. Everything's going to be all right. Just concentrate. Stay focused. Fuck. As soon as he would get in there, he would immediately, as the steam and everything's coming down, he would rip off his own jacket that he had on and immediately start tearing open her clothes to get any particle of that shit as far away from both of them as is humanly possible. Throwing that probably in the anything that could be sealed up, like a garbage repository or something of that nature, something that's airtight. And he immediately falls on her to try to combat the whatever would be the psionic equivalent of like an antihistamine type of allergy block or something to strengthen her up. And I do have that, which I forget which one it is, the slow or the speed one that increases your metabolic healing process. His arm would begin to spin, and he would pause for just a second and then jam it right into her chest and inject it directly into her heart.
I'm going to need a psionic-based medicine roll.
Okay.
Would there not be
There's also nervous response dampener?
We've been in pretty constant
connections. Absolutely.
Yeah, so he's going to be talking not in the physical world anymore. He's going to be psionically hoping that she's in there somewhere and telling everything that he's doing in the real world as he's kind of, holding her in a grain-filled field in one moment and then in a shower with blistering water in another.
You're in the med bay, your quarters?
No, in the low berth in the hold.
In the low berth in the hold. Got it.
Do I get a boon for this, Trooper? I think I unfortunately.
You do, because you are both linked to each other.
Okay. So I was right. All right. I'm very nervous. All right.
It's gonna go well. You're gonna do a great job.
11.
Nice.
He also throws every.
Do you want to give me a luck?
I have. Yeah, I'm gonna give you all my luck. I got 6. I think I have 6, right? 6 luck. I throw every fucking smidgen of it into it.
Okay.
Yeah, all of it.
That means a couple of things. You jam this down, and there are drugs that will help her. You have calibrated those drugs, right, for everybody's metabolism. And you know, because you have done this and you've treated everybody here, that there are 2 people on this ship that you've had to customize drugs for, to change their makeup. And that is previously Severance, because he was a clone and did not have the same kind of, I'm sure it's because it's a clone and not for any other reason.
Anything
although maybe
else, yeah.
you had to customize because he was a clone, so his genetic makeup was a little bit different. So you had to customize the drugs for that. And the only other person that you have to customize your drugs for because their genetic makeup is different is the Harlock, because Zodani are genetically different than Solomani or Volani. Those are 3 genetically different species. And so those are 2 people you've had to adjust medication for. And as you are putting this drug in her and you are connecting to her psionically, you are working to reverse this thing. And as you are doing that, because you put all of your luck into it, you realize it's actually quite difficult to do, and you can't. And then you can. But here's why. You realize that this drug is genetically engineered to attack Zodani.
Oh. Perfect.
So you have to do a lot of extra work psionically to overcome this block. As you're in the field and you're trying to help, right? You are trying to sort of take the mud off of her face. And you realize as the mud doesn't cling to your hand, it clings to her face, and it has little claws as it starts digging in. And it is clear to you that this drug was made to harm her. And also, you realize that it was also made to help people with Solomani genetics.
Okay. So
and you are able to undo it.
Stop me at any point, Trooper, if I'm doing something that's too much. But what this would look like then on Harlock's end is when he falls into this and begins to inject it and realizes what's going on, she would see at almost like the microscopic level these fine pinpoints of needles that come out and zap certain areas of this injection that are coming in, as his own psionic abilities are surgical in their strike, as he is remapping this medicine as it is going into her. And there is sweat pouring from his brow, even in the psionic verse, mixed with the sweat as in the shower as it's coming down. He realizes that he has just injected her with essentially something that will kill her. And in his own mind, he is refusing to let that happen. And so he changes it as it enters your bloodstream. And it is done not by medicine or not by the rules of humanity or the medicine that he learned in any university. It's done with like deity level precision, with telekinesis that he should not possess.
And your airways begin to open back up again as whatever poison it was that was coursing through your nasal passages begins to be combated somehow, and you come back to yourself, and you are in this hot shower with Val. Meanwhile,
episode 10, hot shower with Val.
I hope if you might be able to repeat what you said to Terrica, Severance.
What I said to Terrica.
Before you say, can I have Terrica back on screen?
I said I need you to relax. When they were gone.
When they disappeared, you said something, and Terrica, you hear these words.
I said, Terrica, try your best to relax. We can't see you and I'm not sure if you can see us. But relax and try not to. We'll have you out soon. I think that's just yeah. It's just try to relax. I think it was something like that. And then they would also would have heard. We're in jump space. That's the only place that they could be. Or they can't be anywhere else. That's
Do you want
probably.
me to look around?
Um,
Just in case.
I think in Terika's perspective or Terika's ears, yes. Look around. Do what you can. I will also. It's we need Harlock. It's the best way we're all going to be able to see where they may be. But do what you can. I don't know. They have to be on the ship.
Something like that. Alright, I will look around and I'm gonna go around the corner and I'm gonna try to reach out psionically to Terika.
Okay.
Because we might not be able to pick up on sensors, but maybe mentally we can. Yeah.
I will say now, can you reach out? No, you cannot. Terika, you are
Yeah.
lying back. You're not flat. You're like maybe this kind of angle, lying back on a. You don't know. It's not particularly soft or hard. Maybe like a bench or some such. But your eyes are closed. You heard Severance, who they say is genetically related to you, speak to you.
Terika,
Do you dare?
has to be. Stay calm, Terika. Not sure if
You are
can see
in
us or if you
a
can hear us.
pod. There's a glass, like you're in like a suspended animation pod, like a low berth pod, but not exactly. And you're not standing up completely. You're just leaning back, and across from you there's another pod, and in that pod there is a Terika.
Hear us, but we cannot hear you.
And there are 7 pods in this room, and each one has a Terika in it. And in the center of the room, there's a computer. There are cables running from the pods into this central space, and then there's a massively huge cable cluster going from this computer space down to the side, and you can see there is a giant piece of Viridian. It is probably 3 foot tall, and the cables are connected to it like somebody has jammed spikes into this piece of Viridian, and these spikes attached to these cables. You've got this Viridian sort of leading into this console, which leads into your pods, and there is a central chair that would be connected to everything. There's no person in that chair at this moment, but you see cages along the wall with skeletons. There's a body that seems to have been dead for maybe a few months, maybe another one for a week. And these bodies look to have been killed through torture. And there is blood over this Viridian. There's blood dripping from these cages, and the cages have got wires that go from them to the Viridian. You are in a chain of tortured people. Many of them, they seem to be quite young. That leads to this Viridian, which leads to this computer console and an empty chair, which has got like electrodes, connectors, which then lead to all of these pods where there are 7 Terikas. All the rest of them have their eyes open with absolutely nothing there. They are empty of any kind of sapience or sentience, but they are alive, probably, waiting
Maybe you could hear
waiting.
us. Remain calm, Terica. I'll have you out soon.
You're in a lab. And the only voice you can hear right now, very faintly, is of your father, Severance. And that is the end of our episode.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Hi, everybody.
Sure, it's fine.
That was
Yeah.
sick. What time is it? Oh my god.
So next week we're gonna come out of Jump Space. It's gonna be cool. No big deal.
Big deal.
Yeah. Just ask y'all what you did during that week in Jump Space. Just be cool. Anyhow, turns out there is a psionic teleportation anchor somewhere.
What? Did we go over what those were?
Well, it was the one that brought you when you got pulled out back on Marduk and you teleported out and then back. You teleported out. You didn't know it was that because you were there for just a brief moment. But the Harlock got teleported out there through you because you two are very, very closely connected.
Right.
And she destroyed that lab and killed all of the clones that were there.
Yes, you do.
She was like, no more clones, no clone bodies for you to jump into, none of that.
Strong word. Freed, set free, sent on their way.
That's it. Freed.
Yeah.
Delivered to the next life with fire.
Yeah. So the thing is, people cannot teleport that far, and you certainly cannot teleport in Jump Space. But, a 3-foot piece of Viridian is a very powerful psionic anchor. And somebody has built an entire chamber built to allow the jumpings into of Terica clones.
Oh, and
Especially
Terica
made for
jumped
that.
into a clone of themselves.
Yeah.
Where's my real body? Okay. I have
Well,
many
the
questions.
problem is, my friend, that Jump Space is not a place you want to teleport in. But that's okay.
No.
Don't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it at all.
Oh no, Terica just zapped away.
Terica's dead. Only Terica's clones remain.
You're fine. You're
Yep.
right there.
This was Ari's last
would we
episode,
even
everyone.
know that original Terica was original Terica? Maybe original Terica
Maybe
was
you're in original Terica now.
Yeah.
For all we know.
So, hey everybody, that was our episode. So exciting. As I promised, just a lovely, pleasant dinner in Jump Space. And I think that's fine. So we're going to do our outros, but I just want to say first off, next Friday, we do not have the Gamblers because we have folks missing. So we're going to be doing a one-shot of Change Stars, which is a brand new sort of indie space game. And that'll be like a nice one-shot. And then the week after, we'll all be back, except for Ari, whose character's dead and will never be returning. So,
get fucked.
Yeah, I love you too, Cord.
Ari will not be here the Friday after next. I hope you can find out.
Oh, you were serious? Oh, okay.
I am serious. Well, I'm not serious about the network coming back. Terica will come back.
I really won't be here.
Yeah, but Ari will not be here the week
we
after.
We can leave them in suspension. Who knows?
Sure.
Who knows?
Yeah.
No.
Who knows?
No.
Who knows? But this
Maybe
was,
I'll come back with a new character.
And I would feel bad.
I've always said I wanted Terica and Severance to have a heart-to-heart, and maybe they will now. We'll find out. Who knows?
Perfect
Who
place
knows?
for
I will
it.
get y'all to talk. Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. So I would like each of my most beloved players to say who they are, where we can find them, and then give some love to somebody else on the cast. And we're going to start with Greg.
Hi, friends. My name is Greg. I played Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey, and this is something else. This was something else here. Love goes to everybody in this episode, especially to both the Harlock and Terrica for great scenes and great moments in the story. I really enjoy the reactions that both of you have to everything, and I think my star though of the whole thing, you know, it, you all do such great stuff, and I would really like to give Quint more stuff, but I just can't stand her, and it's no, I mean I love Wendy, but Val hates Quint, so whatever. I think it was the preparation of the meal.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yes, I think it's preparation of the meal by Severance that really, in the cockles of my heart, it really stuck right there as he tried so desperately to do something leader-like and for the Admiral's meal, which I thought was fucking hilarious. And your descriptions of how everything was and how you had gone about it, how you fucking prepared everything, I was like, man, he's in it to fucking win it in this one. He is really pushing his chips, and I loved it. Really good shit. Trooper, for a travel episode, you suck in that you fucking did this to all of us, but whatever. That's you. You're brilliant, and so you can do whatever you want.
I feel like I'm pretty innocent of this one. I mean, I kind of feel like
the blame's on me, and I don't like. I'm certainly not going to accept any blame for this, so it's you. It's great. You are all awesome. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of all of this. I look forward to it so much. I hate when I'm away. I love when we're together. A table is often called a family rolled, and I think that I lucked out and rolled a really good one. It was a critical success in being a part of this crew. So I appreciate you very much. If you want to, you're not sick of me yet. I'm Warp Reactor over on YouTube. I do reaction videos to Star Trek, Lower Decks, the original series, The Expanse, a lot of fun shit. Just jump over there and we can hang out a little bit when we're not here. Always come here first. But my friends, thank you very much. I got to peace out. My brother is becoming an antique. He is turning 50. He is closing up the guitar shop right now, and I am to call him so we can talk and see all that fun stuff. But friends, I love you all. Thank you all for a fantastic game, and I will see you all the next time we hit subspace and find Terrica at some point. Fingers crossed. I'll see you all. Love you.
Happy birthday to your brother.
I ended so I could get him to say his stuff before he left. Woo! All right, let's go to Terrica. Ari, tell me. Give me, say who you are, so where we can find you, and then give some love.
Hi, I'm Ari _Ventures. You can find me here in Seattle performing live at Unexpected Productions, although not for the next 2 weeks because I will be exploring the world in all sorts of lovely and wonderful ways. So, watch my Instagram if you want to see what that looks like. But yes.
Is your Instagram the same?
Okay, here we go. Huh?
Is your Instagram the same name?
I think it's Ari _Ventures. I'm 90% sure. It might be My Mindful Adventure. I think you can find me if you search Ari _Ventures. There's like hiking and then there's pictures of me performing. Huh?
It's the My Mindful Adventure.
It's My Mindful Adventures. I tried to get Ari _Ventures on all the platforms, and they somebody has it. So if you know who has it and they're willing to let it go, like by all means, I'd love a connection. Thanks. Yeah, by connection, I mean any kind of connection, this connection, all the connections, let's not limit ourselves. For love tonight, there is so freaking much of it, from Quint's like taking care of Terrica while they're like throwing up and like freaking out, and then realizing that this thing that they didn't know could hurt anybody is now hurting the Harlock. like I thought that was a beautiful, sweet reaction. I feel like we keep seeing layers and layers of who Quint is, and that felt like another layer of like who they are. And Severance, I know that the dinner has already been mentioned, but the care you took to talk about the fact that you'd like you've created it out of packets, so it shouldn't have been lumpy, but somehow it was lumpy. Like you were just beautiful, beautiful detail in there, and it really made it easy to paint a picture. For like, as soon as you were painting it, I was like, oh yeah, Terrica's gonna do that nobility, nose in the air bullshit. Like, because you painted such a gorgeous picture, and then you had that really, really lovely toast at the beginning that was all like there was a little bit of like self-aggrandizing, and then it was talking about like the reality of Drinax and the crew and everyone getting there. And it was just, I was like, we're again seeing more and more of Severance's leadership come out and his ability to like talk to people and pull them together. And I know Terrica is a ways off from accepting his leadership, but honestly, like I can't wait for the day when that happens, because I feel like it will eventually. And I was like, oh, this is one more like paving stone in that path of all that. And holy cow, Rockette, like the way that you were like, oh nope, and then describing the Harlock like crawling down, like noping out of the room and crawling down the hallway was fantastic. But my true love for the evening goes to the fact that you sat down with Val and had the conversation, and you were just straight with him. You're like, you're about to have a planet.
I'm
yeah. And it was just
ready.
I was like, it was so delightful. And Trooper, of course, man, the chaos that you wrought in this entire episode was like these beautiful little gifts. I had no intention of Terrica breaking that bag. I was thinking they were being so careful with it. And then it was
But you said you were gripping it really tight, and I was like, well.
I mean, it's got glassy substance in there.
You know, just little bits and pieces, and then chaos. Like you do that so consistently, where you like take the things we give you and you turn them into these beautiful chaos gifts that like grow on their own. Like I think of if you've ever seen those things where like you throw something into a room and then it like multiplies, right? Like I feel like that's what happens is we throw a tribble in, and then you're like and you're like, all right, players, deal with this. And it is so much fun. So thank you. This crew, everybody is just fantastic. Oh, and my love to Greg is that moment of really the whole interaction from running through the fields to like yelling at Terrica was just
so cool.
So good. So good. I cannot wait for them to actually have it out, because I feel like that's going to happen at some point. It's going to be fun. So yeah. Okay. You guys are amazing. I'm really glad that we get to play together again eventually.
Oh, in a fortnight. I'm going to toss it over next. In a fortnight. I'm going to toss it over next to Laugh Love Lindy, who I do have another present for you, but you'll find that later.
What? Like next week or like later? Oh, next week?
Not this coming week, but when we all get back together.
Yes, that's true. The next episode of Traveler.
It might actually have to be a little bit. It might be later. There's just interesting stuff in that lab.
It's in the mail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, interesting stuff in that lab. That's cool. I put my respirator on. I don't know.
Do you know what's super cool about Soleimani?
That we're the best?
Yeah, Soleimani supremacist separatists. They're fun.
Oh! I bet I've heard a few things about those. Not one of them, though. But yeah, it's me, Laugh Love Lindy. My love, I love Greg. I'm sorry. Val. I loved Val antagonizing Wesley during the. No, I'm kidding. That was Greg. I loved Greg antagonizing Wesley during the dinner. Like, I'll sit next to you. Let me get the wine for you. Like, oh, here, buddy. Let me take care of you. Just fabulous and like freaking out. Like, are you the real Wesley? Just like it was just beautiful. I loved it. I loved Corinne just being like, yeah, I'm just gonna eat the protein mush too because I feel like Quint and Corinne are just very similar in that they're just like, just cover it in Tablasto as long as it's got nutrients as flavor. It's fine. I think we were the only people who had 3 servings of that dinner that Aaron cooked.
I noticed.
Some people politely cleaned their plates. We had helpings, so you know, we're trying.
Gotta get that protein. You know what I mean?
Gotta get them goons.
Somebody had to eat it.
It was Quint and Corinne, and I loved the like the Admiral makes his little notices of things. Also, be like, can I speak to you two in my room? Like, yes, please, both of you, yes. And then the shit show that ensued after that. Terica getting all frosty at Sue when he came into the dining room and just we're not engaging and then like continuing to engage. It was beautiful and I loved it. And then of course, Rocket Fox. I loved the Harlock putting together the pieces of like, oh, we're having a planet. Just finally puzzle pieces are coming together. And I'm like, yes, progress. And it makes me so happy. Because I've been seeing puzzle pieces for a while, and I'm like, people need to put these together.
Gotta talk to each other.
I'm dying to know.
That's why you have jump space.
Yeah. Oh,
because then you have to.
My other star is
have a lot of pieces
speech.
that were like, this is gonna make a mural. We just don't know where they fit yet because we haven't told anybody we have the pieces. Yeah.
I'm the Admiral and I'm great. Also, we're doing great with the power of friendship. And I'm like, half of us don't trust the other half of us. Where is all this friendship talk coming from? Like, that's a lofty aspiration and goal. So much to learn. And friendship to gain, apparently. But yeah, it's... I loved it. It was all fabulous and fantastic. You can find me online. And Trooper knows I love him. That's why I give him so much shit. But you can find me online at Laugh Live Lindy, tabletop RPGs, GMing, playing. I'll be here for more Traveler. You can find me on alternating Mondays and Tuesdays on my channel for D&D. We've got Call of the Netherdeep and Ghost of Saltmarsh. We have 3 more episodes left, I believe, of Mysteries at the End of the World, Call of Cthulhu, which has Greg. So if you like that and want to see them obsess over some snails, Wednesday night's the night to do it. I know what day of the week it is. I also just started a Call of Cthulhu, a Dark Ages Cthulhu game on Jay Britton's channel. It's got lots of buckets. If you like innuendo and not so innuendo, if you want comedy Dark Ages Cthulhu, tune into that. Blatant innuendo. I believe the top mentions of last week's game of our first game was cream-filled buns and wet meat. So if those phrases spark any sorts of joy for you, and street meat as well, then you should tune in. It's Tuesdays at 2 p.m. Eastern, and it's a hoot and hollering time. We're all a bunch of chuckle fucks, and it's great.
All right.
That sounds delightful.
I love it. I want to throw it over to Rocket because we just learned that very, very dangerous black market drug was engineered to harm Zodani and to help out Soleimani, and you're the Zodani. So who are you? Where can we find you and give some love?
To injure Zodani, it was made to injure me personally. Just me. It's out to get, and that's fine. We figured this out. We're here as a team. We're working together to save me. So, and who am I? You may be wondering. I am Rocket Fox, your second favorite person. You can find me in all of the places? ? But mostly here. Not this coming Friday night, but the one after, and sequentially after that. But also I'm over on Instagram posting random shit as well as sometimes on TikTok. Who knows? But the love, Ari, you face act incredibly every single time. And there is almost nothing more satisfying than seeing how horrified you were at various moments tonight. The upset was real. I apparently like to watch you suffer because it's just like, I could see that dead body in your hand, and there was something just really upsetting about that, and you love to see it. And then again, when you were in the room, the lab room, and one of the things I thought was so lovely about that too, lovely, was just also how differently Terica and the Harlock experienced a very similar situation. Um,
Yeah.
and I love that you didn't have to say anything, but I learned volumes. um, so that I thought was amazing. Lindy, I love during the dinner just Quint's entire approach to it. Like, yes, we will have seconds of this lumpy. And by the way, Cord, when you first said lumpy mashed potatoes, I was like, "Fuck yeah, lumpy mashed potatoes! It's out of a packet." No.
Yeah,
All of a
yeah,
sudden,
yeah. I like lumpy mashed potatoes
take
too,
it
and I was like, no, it
away.
shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
And meanwhile, Quint's over here eating just all of them. All of them. I imagine even maybe taking some off somebody else's plate because nobody else ate it.
Yeah,
Um,
no, 100%.
except for Quint. But
Yeah.
You don't waste food.
sure, yeah.
I was in
But
the Navy once. The food wasn't much better.
Thank you.
that's cool for you. But the other thing too being whenever the time for speeches went around, it got to Quinn, it was just like, no. And also the putting of
I
the
don't have
food.
enough friendship points at this table to make any speeches.
But I love to you're just like which I thought was amazing. Yeah, Cord, I know it's been mentioned, but I have to re-mention it. The whole food thing was delightful. Your description of it was almost book-like in that I could get a sense of everything. That we were also the antique mason jars.
Yep.
That was nice.
Two Bulgers. There was a
Yeah.
big hit for them a while back.
Yeah, they're coming back around, I'll tell you. But also just it painted such a vivid picture of like all the food, what it looks like, what it doesn't look like,
Yeah.
just to say food.
Uh-huh.
And then like everything being in the different plates and stuff like that. And I get the sense that like on the one hand, Severance is like, yeah, put this together, but I'll put some flour on myself to make it look like I tried real hard. But on the other
Right.
hand, I feel like Severance probably deeply down was proud of what he put together, and like it felt really good about himself, and there's something about that, to where when somebody does something and they're just really like genuinely proud of themselves, that so long as it's not like legitimately a terrible thing that they've done. There's something very endearing about that. So I enjoyed that a lot. Greg, may you rest in peace wherever you are.
Yeah, may he rest. May he rest.
But also the whole sequence of him going to the process of going down to find the Harlock, and then going through the process of the not letting me die, I thought was beautifully done. And I appreciated that because I'm happy to still be here with all of you. And Trooper, what chaos do you bring our way? It's amazing. And one of the things I really appreciate is how, especially in the green room, you'll say things and you'll be like, hey, did you know that sometimes you can come out of jump early and sometimes you can go out later? I'm like, well, that's going to be what happens to us. Something's going to happen. We're going to jump. No. That was just to upset us beforehand.
I also thought that we were going to get pulled out of jump early. I literally,
somebody did.
Hey now.
Right.
That's fair.
Well done.
But like that all being said, like I thought that's where we were going, and or the ship not going. I thought that was going to be, but I guess I'll hold on to that stress for another night. Um, yeah, and also just as an aside, I 100% thought that whenever you allowed the Harlock to sense another presence, it was going to be not the Viridian, but like someone like somebody, a pirate from the last ship or something like that, or like some sort of crazed murderer who's not any of us. You
It's
know,
your baby.
yeah. So, but that is me, and of course, chat. Love y'all. Y'all are amazing.
Which leads us to our noble Terica, who had a perhaps ancient warlord who is used to jumping between bodies, specifically have a child with Lady Hill, who has talked over and over and over about the purity of her bloodline from old Sindal, which of course leads back to Terra. So anyway, for the person playing that character, Ari.
Sorry for the loud noise there. Wait, I think I did my outro. Did you mean Cord?
Did you do your outro?
I'll take Noble.
I did, yeah.
Start it off as Noble one more time.
All right, fine. Cord.
Okay.
Perhaps at this moment, one of the only people who might be able to speak to Terica, wherever they might be. I know. Cord, who are you? Where can we find you? And then also, give love.
Noble. Okay, we're not using the word noble. All right, hi everybody, it's me, Cord.
Well, I feel like noble's too low of a term, considering that you're, perhaps a millennial old warlord. That's, yeah.
And that's me, not the character. That's just me. I'm a millennial. Hi everybody, it's me, Cord, the millennial. I have a mustache, and sometimes I wear a man bun. There you go. Hi everybody, I'm Cord, also known as Mythomatic. I played Severance. It was so much fun tonight. I really enjoyed, because I really enjoyed doing the whole like mess hall scene. I thought that was super cool. But I really wanted to sort of have that moment of leadership, but two, I wanted to have that like we all spoke about, just that moment of like endearing moment where Admiral or Severance was trying to like do his thing, or like, you know what, I'm gonna actually be a leader for once, and I'll do this. And anyway, love that. Really loved where my love starts. Rocket, you during that were able to then be like, yeah, he used to do this during like during those during that year, and like he would do this when the Harlock was stressed and stuff, and that was just really awesome to see you add that that fun lore that I get to play with now. So thank you for that, and so that was just really cool. Like, 'cause every time we have those sort of like flashback moments where we get to see that like historical relationship of Severance and the Harlock, it always, the ball is in your court, and it's always great to then be like, okay, cool, all right, cool, and like I get to then be like, all right, that, and like now that's canon, so just thank you for all of that stuff, and those juicy little narrative nuggets. Always so great. Lindy, you when Terica disappeared, your character being like, I'm on it, I'm gonna go look for it. I'm gonna go look for them. And then it was like one at the scene at the mess hall scene was great. You just not wanting to have a speech was awesome, like people have mentioned. But the fact that Quint was so ready to just, I gotta go find my partner. Everything's like I gotta. Like it was it was like unleashing the bloodhound, like, well, I'm right into tracking. So which was super cool. And it's like, I am going to psychically look, I am going to try to, it was like anything that Quint could do to pinpoint where Erica was super awesome. And it was just cool to see. And it's just like that, like there is definitely that spy hunter type character that we see from Quint in these moments, and to have them be ready to be like, I've got to go do this job. I've got to go find my partner. It was really great. And Ari always just the moment where I had a really good one, and I was like, oh, there it goes. The moment. I don't want to say anything that someone else did, so I'm trying to. There was yes, that's what it was. The during the locking the lock scene, like sneaking into the quarters of
yeah.
Severance's quarters, and being able to add the the narrative nuggets and things I get to enjoy, and now they're like having a stash in the hilt of the rapier was really cool. But also seeing because you like picked the lock, or did you convinced Wesley to leave the
Wesley.
door open, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was just
Wesley left the door.
yeah, it was just like having these options, you going in and comfortably sort of sculpting the narrative to making it work for what Terrica would do, and where this would make sense was awesome. And just having that confidence and being able to do that was just super cool. And as always, every week you're pantomiming and your acting and reacting is always so great, especially when you're looking through your fingers at the sifting viridian and the sifting powder of the drugs. Was just so cool to watch and see because we could see that we like and then you see it glimmer in the light and your face changed and we knew that you were looking at something glimmering, and that is really ridiculously hard to portray for someone who isn't an actor to just like everybody at home look at your hand as if you're looking at glitter and now try to make that read to somebody else who's not looking at glitter. It's so hard. So anyway, it was just really cool to see, and if you do it so well and masterfully every week is just so cool. So thank you for that. And Greg, when Greg walked through the fields and that whole entire montage of Val, I love it when Greg has these snippets and there's that blur of reality, and then these fields imagery that happens. We see it more and more these days, which is super cool because we get to see we're starting to see Val sort of trip into more of a it seems like he's losing control. Maybe it's just my perspective, but it seems like he's losing control. And Greg gets to narrate these moments where like the light is pattering or the light is spraying onto the wall, but it's the wind blowing like through the fields, or the dust from, and just seeing these sort of things and him calling this imagery back to these fields is just always been really cool because of the doctor versus a farmer and just everything we know about his backstory is super cool. To see that blend is just awesome, and to see that weave is really great. Trooper, everything that you do is amazing. Everything that we get to, like the fact that we get to come here every week and do this, the fact that we had a really awesome second. Going into today, I'm gonna be honest, I was like, a second jump space episode. What? And I was like, well, you had one, and so I wasn't convinced, but it was an amazing episode. So I mean, it's just I you nailed it. And just having all of these twists and turns, Sue is freaking me out, and I love it. And being able to like, there was a lot of interesting, confusing stuff that happened last season and maybe in the season before that I was like, what is going on? Like the Viridian stuff, still uncertain about it, but it's all starting to like Lindy said, we have these puzzle pieces. So it's all starting to come together, and I'm very excited, and it's super awesome. And the consistency, Trooper, that you have to help tell this story, because we all have these different puzzle pieces, and to know who has what puzzle piece. You also did an amazing recap at the beginning of the episode that really helped me remember where we were. So thank you for that. And yeah, it's been great. Also, I want to show you, I've been like mumbling and like going because I've been excited. I want to show you what I've been working on all episode. I can because I can do this, I think. Right? Can you see this?
Ooh.
All right, so
Oh my god, that looks so
How
amazing.
cool.
so this is
my God,
the
that's amazing.
top floor of the Gambler so far. I know it's out of focus, but right here is where the mess hall was, right? So this is where like we spent most of today. I did also, it's like here's the hallway. The lights aren't even, don't worry
Nice.
about them. These bad boys I don't know if
The
I
doors.
can. These doors,
Wow.
these doors
Those are
actually are
gorgeous.
irisy. These bad boys.
Oh!
Are
What?
iris-like doors, yep. And I didn't know they had them in here either. But anyway, so those exist. Here is Baron's room because it's my room. It's easy to furnish. But here he is, and
That's so
his
cool.
room. There's his desk with his shit all over it. But yeah, and there's like his lockers and bullshit. But this is sort of helping me like today with, and also got like our regal, like rugs and floors and stuff across the hall. Remember, yeah, there's Val. There he is.
Hey.
And here's the like that auto dock thing that he's got.
That's
and there's the
amazing.
computer and shit over here. So I still have like this part to furnish. This is the upper deck still. And then down, there's our wacky gun, right? Pew pew. This
Love that.
yeah, so we'll see what happens there. This is still the top deck, and this is our cockpit. We've got some couch shit because remember we said we were going to do some we have some upholstered bullshit.
Yeah.
There's that, and we've got these really baroque, regal fucking flight things. So that's that, and so the lighting is cool and shit up here, but down I did start the cargo floor too. Which is exciting because the cargo floor, these are all going to count as 1 ton of freight.
That's cool.
Nice.
That is so cool.
We have so we have 13 boxes because we have 13 tons of freight right now, and those are our grebes. There they are walking around.
Grebes.
Yep. And the grebes. And there's Severance again.
Looking.
Yep, those are just camels, but thank you. And this is, I think. I don't know if this is the right size. I think this is the right size. It doesn't matter. Anyway, that is the downstairs. There's some bullshit here. And then there's a whole bunch of cargo space and crap I can furnish and do shit with. These are the elevator things that go up to the other level. But yeah, so that's our cargo floor. But mainly today I was working on lighting and furnishing some of our top deck where we got to and when we were like in this scene when we were in Severance's room, I like did move my character around because it's just nice. Okay, so yes, and then we go over here and then blah, 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 now you can leave. And I was imagining like that entire like Terica over here and like Val here talking to them.
That's amazing.
And then awkwardly, of course, me just staring. Anyway, it was just nice for my brain to have those visuals. That's probably the Harlock. Looks a lot like Harlock. But yeah, that's Val, Harlock, and I'm going to have to get other people. Also, if you have a Hero Forge mini, let me know.
Make one for you.
And I'll put them in here.
Now I want to make one for you.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, anyway, that's that, and I can make it more accessible for us to use and play with when it is in a state where we can. But anyway, that was just some fun thing that I was doing today.
Holy
but
cow!
that's
so cool.
that. So if it's been like, hey, Cord hasn't been paying attention, why the hell is he doing that? It's because I've been on this computer just doing that all day. I have been listening, but that was where my brain was. You can follow me over twitch.tv/Cord, and if you can't find me there, you can find me at twitch.tv/Mythomatics. I probably rebranded, but back to the old brand. You know, Coca-Cola did it. Why can't I? But anyway, thank you so much. This has been great, and I can't wait for 2 weeks from now. 1 week from now.
Yep, 2 weeks.
Not 2 weeks from now, right? 3 weeks for Ari.
For Terica. Well, for Ari to come back. We'll just say that. For Ari, it'll be 3 weeks before Ari comes back.
Who knows if Terica's coming back?
We'll just be like, hi, Ari's here, everybody. And then we'll be like, hey, how was that, everyone? And outros. Ari, did you say anything today? No, because we haven't found you. Perfect.
You know, good times. And I'm troopersjp, but before I say anything about myself, I'm going to go and see if we have any messages to read out from you all to this crew. And I just need to, I have a lot of PDFs open right now.
Nice.
So let me just...
Sounds like you're playing Traveler.
Maybe. Also, I'm like, oh, there's a psionic race of aliens right there. I need a tab for that. You know what? I don't need to tell you what's in my tabs. Don't even worry about it. It's fine.
That's weird. I would have no idea who those are.
I wouldn't. It's weird. You wouldn't, would you? Or would you? Anyhow.
No idea.
So, not going to mention anybody's connection to a psionic race of
Nope.
aliens who are very
No need.
mysterious and who might
Not
have
me.
said, look out, there's an ancient millennial old warlord who's hanging out and is about to destroy the universe. This is what they look like. That definitely did not happen to...
And these characters
Well,
Animorphs.
Yep.
Nope.
That's gotta be it.
So anyway, we got 100 bits from Hawkeye, who said, it's time once again for our antagonist to fly into space. Time to show the galaxy what real privateers do.
Yeah, thank you. Right.
Thank you, Hawkeye. We also got 100 bits from Stormbender, who says, to another amazing episode with this stellar cast of travelers. They are the best travelers. We also got 1 bit from Bex and Doze that says party 1. And I want to say thank you for the party, because I felt like they all had a party today. It was like it was a joy party.
Like the one that the cops break up. That kind of party.
Yeah. We got a $20 tip from Rissa, who's one of my amazing mods, along with Jer and also Ifrithiel, saying, time to deal with Wesley's new trauma. Thanks, Val.
Classic.
Might even get some more. Who knows? Who knows? There was a resub from Onigeek, by the way, who just noted, yay, it's time to see Val save someone. Save someone. Yep, not kill.
Val Kilmer.
Save. Val Kilmer. Val Killer.
You know, it's
Val
such a
Kilmer,
good
Val Kilmer.
catch.
And we have a $50 tip from Voice Smoker, who's done amazing, amazing fan art, saying, I'm just waiting for the moment we learn that Rambo uses Viridian in his green latex suits.
Oh no, I didn't even think of that. That's why Rambo's around all the time.
I commissioned a green latex suit. I don't know
did.
that.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I won't.
It's Chroma Viridian.
Chroma Viridian. We got 100 bits from William TW, who takes our notes, saying, boy, and then it looks like that was just so intense that they couldn't finish their message, so they had to give another 100 bits to actually finish the message and say, boy, what an episode again. You all make the character experiences so vivid. Thank you, William. Stormbender gave us 100 bits and says, damn, what a cliffhanger. Love this episode. And then we got one from my dear Praxagor the Smophoria, 1,000 bits. Oh my goodness. This is Cheer 1,000, but no specific message. But I'm sure the message was, thank you, Trooper, for sending Ari's character to my lab. Oh. Strike that. Just strike that. Just strike it.
Wait.
Nothing.
Wait a
What?
minute.
Where?
Hold on a second.
I need to talk to you for reasons.
Hey,
Sure. And
can I speak to you in my quarters?
yes. And I'm Trooper
Last
SJP.
time I was in your quarters,
Stuff happened. And then we just got 100 from Bex and Doze that says cheer 100, but no special message. But I'm going to take that message to say the message meant yes. Hidden in the secret lab, forever underground. No one will find you. Mwahahaha. Like that. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I think that's what was implied by that message. And so I'm Trooper SJP. This is what I'm going to say. I want to give some love, and I want to say the following: 1, clutch, major. I appreciate how Quint is like, I have nothing to say. All right, I need to bring you all together to let you know some stuff. This is what I've noticed. I don't know how it works, but this is what's going on. I want to thank Lindy. Thank you for sort of like grabbing those puzzle pieces that because everybody here has got a bunch of puzzle pieces, right? But sometimes
I love putting puzzle pieces together, man.
But sometimes they don't talk to each other, which is why we have jump space episodes. Because you cannot avoid talking to each other in jump space. That's my joy. My joy is to make you talk to each other.
And we divert it. I divert it and deflect it by having dinner.
Yeah, but that dinner, yeah. So I appreciated you pulling those puzzle pieces together very much. And also giving that peek of your relationship to Terran Viridian. Which
just a peek, though.
I am sure will not
be
an issue. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
I want to give love to Rocket for, oh, actually, he used to cook all the time in that year, and he was very good at it. That was, that was, because it makes me think a lot about, like, what was lost in trying to protect him from the Sodani consulate, and who knows who else, in that moment, right? And also try to rebuild his pathways so that he can function in this new body that he doesn't know how to. I mean, that's a very traumatic thing, right? Yeah, I'm just going to note for the record, having a jump like that is a. Yeah, that's a very traumatic thing, I would imagine. Body swapping like that, you know? Anyway, just because, you know, it's like not your body. It's your body, but it's not your body, and you'd have to get used to it. You know what? I'm sure this is not a story that anybody is going to be dealing with at all.
No.
So,
never.
Yeah, never. I'm sure. And you know what? Rissa says, I still want to know if Severance cooked when he and Val were in college. I bet he did. I don't know. I bet he did. Because he was, you know. Anyhow, I also want to give love to Cord. Of course, the dinner, right? Of course, the dinner. But it wasn't just the dinner. It was when things went bad, right? When all of a sudden those drugs came out, you were like, okay, here's some details. There was like a focus that our dear Severance had in that moment that sort of just started, like, there was like a leadership guidance in that moment when there was like a standoff between like Suit Val and Suit and also
Val.
Suit. Yeah, Studio Val and also Terrica. Like that was a very intense space, and you were able to just kind of diffuse and get information, and like it was very good. I was very pleased with that. It was like one of these subtle moments of showing the ways in which Severance is growing, but also when you called out to Terrica, right? You didn't know where Terrica was, and you're like, Terrica can't go anywhere because we're in jump space. When you called out, right, with that sort of connection that you have, that was like this beautiful moment. And I want to say thank you for being ready to repeat what you said, because I was like, oh, well, we have to find out where Terrica is when they wake up, and I need you to say that again. So thank you. And so I'm going to give you not the amazing face acting, which is amazing, Ari, but I'm going to give you the way in which you were being confronted with people who are doing an intervention on you, and you're like, no, I am serious though. Like what I am talking about is not insane. Like I'm not making things up, and everyone's like, it seems like you're making things up, and you're like, no. And like and the thing is, the last time this happened, Terrica was not as secure and not as sure of themselves, but this time you could see a growing strength in their conviction that something is not right and you will not be talked down, but at the same time your like serious like relationship with Val was also front center. It was like all good all around. And Greg, of course, to see Val may have killed some people more than once. Allegedly. But to see how much Val cares about everybody on this crew is so amazing. Like Val is like, no, I will find the Harlock and I will save the Harlock, right? I care about like Val's heart. Like Val has this deeply caring heart and also murders people, you know? And I appreciate that as well. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Folk and Myth. We are just on our way out, and I think that's all my love. And I want to give much love to the chat. You all are supporting us, which is wonderful, but you have the best things to say. And I always look to see what you're saying. I don't get to see everything because I'm doing tech, but I see all the things you're saying, and I love all of your engagement. And I'm troopersjp, and you can find me. The next RPG I'm doing is probably Monday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern over at Wandering Demons channel, Montreal by Night. If I'm not doing it, then Lindy is. One of the two of us will be there, vampiring it up. Next Friday, we will be here 7 p.m. Eastern on this channel for Change Stars, a one-shot of this brand new indie space RPG by some very cool people, Diesel Shot. You should come and support us. It'd be great with a cool cast. But then the Friday after that, everybody, we'll be back here. They'll be coming out of Jump Space, and we're gonna, spoilers, you cannot find Terrica on this ship, just so you know, not present, has gone on walkabout. So we'll come back in 2 weeks to find out what they do when they arrive, let's say, at Assis, and what they're going to do about a missing Terrica. You know who would know where Terrica is? The
If
person
you
whose lab
say my
it
mother.
is. Well,
That's worse.
What did you say, Ari?
The
Oh, I
person
said if
whose
you
lab it
say
is.
my mother.
Well, I mean, your mother might know. That would be a question you'd have to have a conversation to have with Terrica's mother. But certainly the person whose lab it is would know, and that would be the millennial old ancient warlord whose body Severance is inhabiting. You know what? I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it at all.
I'm not gonna.
I'm sure it's fine.
Thank you. All right, I was gonna worry about it, but now that you said that, I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Same.
Uh,
It'll be fine.
yeah. Thank you, everyone. So much love. And we will catch you all on the flip side. Thank you, Raiders. Take care of yourselves. I'm going to go, while I go to credits, I'm going to see if there's anybody to raid. So, ciao, everybody.